السلام عليكم جميعا. Welcome to our meeting for the day. I'm Dr. Mohammed Al-Harbi, Associate Professor Surgery. It's my pleasure really to be with you today. السلام عليكم جميعا وأرحب بكم ونتمنى لكم دورة موفقة بمشيئة الله. نعتذر عن التأخير لأسباب فنية، لكن مشيئة الله سنبدأ بعد قليل بإذن الله. As you may know, our topic for today will discuss subjects which is related to bacterial infection. And today we are going to present epidemiological concepts, public health surveillance, molecular epidemiology, epidemiology of bacterial resistant to antimicrobial agents, bacterial foodborne disease, botulism, Campylobacter infection, Clostridium difficile. Then hopefully we'll have a time for Asr pray, Maghrib pray, and Isha pray, inshallah. You are welcome anytime to put your question in the chat box. I'll take care of the scientific questions, and if there is any admin question, it will be directed to the admin. أرحب بكم جميعا. ذكرت قبل قليل أسماء المحاضرات التي سنناقشها لهذا اليوم، وبمشيئة الله تعمل فائدة للجميع. لعله من الأسهل للجميع أن تكون الأسئلة عن طريق الشات بوكس أو الكويستشن أو أنسر بوكس، حسب ما تضيف، حسب ما ترغب يعني. طبعا الأسئلة تتعلق بالتسجيل والحضور والساعات، متى تنزل أو متى تدخل في مارس بلس، هذه طبعا الإخوان موجودين معنا أونلاين وبيجاوبوكم عليها بمشيئة الله. فنتمنى التوفيق للجميع. طبعا إلى اليوم إلى الساعة 11 تقريبا إن شاء الله، ممكن قبلها بشوية نخلص، لكن مبدئيا تكون محاضراتنا إلى الساعة 11. فنتمنى التوفيق للجميع يا إخوان، ونتوكل على الله. نبدأ أول محاضرة. Epidemiological concepts. Epidemiology is the study of the distribution and determinants of health-related states, conditions, or events in a specified population. It is a quantitative science concerned in infection disease with circumstances under which disease process occurs, the factors that affect their incidence and host response to the infectious agents, and the use of this knowledge to control and prevention. It includes the pathogenesis of disease of both the community and the individuals. For infectious disease, one must study the circumstances under which both infection and disease occurs, for these may be different. Infections is the consequence of an encounter of potentially pathogenic microorganism with susceptible human host through an appropriate portal of entry, and usually involves a demonstrable host response to the agent. Exposure is the key factor, and the source of infection lies most outside the individual human host, within environment or another affected host. disease. الصوت واضح يا اخوان؟ واضح الصوت يا اخوان؟ الصوت واضح يا اخوان؟ طيب يا اخوان الصوت واضح، فاللي الصوت مو واضح عنده معناته في اشكاليه عنده يا اخوان. طيب disease represent one of the possible consequences of infection and the factors important in its development are mostly intrinsic to the host. Although the dosage and virulence of the infection affecting microbes play a role. These intrinsic factors include the age at the time of infection, the portal of entry, the presence or absence of immunity, the vigor of primary defense system, the efficacy and the nature of humoral and cell-mediated immune response, the genetic makeup of the host, the state of nutrients, the presence of other diseases and psychological influences. These factors that result in the occurrence of clinical illnesses among those infected have been called the clinical illness promoting factors. And many of them remain unknown. في الساعة 3:30 بنطلع صلاة العصر يا اخوان بعد 10 دقائق تقريبا. The host response can include health, the classical clinical features of the disease, mild or typical forms, subclinical and inappropriate infection, and the carrier stage which may exist in the absence of detectable host response. While the clinician is primarily concerned with disease, the epidemiologist is interested in both infection and disease. Infection without disease is a common phenomenon, so that the study limited to clinical illness alone would give an incomplete epidemiological picture and would be a poor basis for clinical and clinician prevention. A full understanding of all pathogenesis of the process leading to clinical disease, both in the community and the individuals. The concept of epidemiology in bacterial infections are very similar to those of viral infections as expounded in the companion volume, viral infections of humans. So there will be an overlap and repetition of this volume. Some of the difference between viral and bacterial infection includes intracellular position of all viruses, their smaller size, the requirement of living tissue for viral multiplication, and the case of which may viruses are spread by respiratory routes or by insect vectors, the relatively high order of immunity following viral infections, the usefulness of serological tests for diagnosis for most viral infections, and failure of viral infections to respond to antibiotic therapy. High sensitivity and specific molecular methods are being increasingly employed to define the agent and the host response to it. Many concepts and methods of epidemiology apply to both infectious and non-infectious disease. And there should be no essential changes between the two. In general, epidemiology can be regarded as the development, pathogenesis, expression of infection and disease in a community in much the same way as clinical medicine is concerned with the development, pathogenesis, and expression of the individual. In addition to emergence of new disease as Pathogenesis disease, Lyme disease, and toxic shock syndrome, it is becoming apparent that in developing countries, the continuing and the same instance of increasing importance of infectious disease is causing concern among public health authorities. In developing countries, infectious disease are still a major cause of morbidity and mortality, and efforts are in progress to develop training programs in epidemiology and surveillance in such areas. The Field Epidemiology Training Program of CDC is a fine example of this effort. Several recent texts address the problem of surveillance. Epidemiology can be described, can be divided into descriptive, analytical, experimental, and serological epidemiology. The major analytic methods in use are cohort and case control. This section will briefly represent this concept. For more detailed descriptions, textbook and articles of epidemiology will be recommended. The textbook of epidemiological methods that include discussion and examples of infections is recommended before undertaking epidemiological study. An excellent brief book on all aspects of epidemiological study has been published by WHO. So what are the types of epidemiological studies? It may be descriptive or analytical. Descriptive studies are based on available data source, and descriptive, the patterns of disease and population group according to time, place, and person. Epidemic investigations begin in descriptive study. These data often suggest clues to etiology of the conditions or to the risk factors involved. Analytical studies are then designed to test the hypothesis of causation developed from the descriptive studies and usually require new data to do so. Three common analytical methods are employed in pursuing epidemiological studies. So what is experimental epidemiology? In infectious disease, this represents planned experimental design to control the influence of extraneous factors among those exposed or not exposed to etiological factors, preventive measures, environmental manipulation by investigators. One example is the planned introduction of infectious agent in controlled fashion into a group of animals or volunteers, and the analysis of spread of infection disease within these groups are compared to non-exposed group. Such studies offer the most scientifically controlled method of epidemiological study. Unfortunately, many bacterial species or agents may not induce infection or disease in animal models. Certain susceptible animals may not be available for a study or are too expensive. Volunteers are very difficult to utilize in today's ethical, legal, social environment. The systemic testing of blood samples from defined samples of target population for the presence of antibodies, antigen genetic markers, specific cell-mediated immunity, and other biological characteristics, so-called serological or immunological survey. It constitutes an important epidemiological tool, serological techniques which can identify the past and current prevalence of infectious agents and immunity, identified incidence of infection by seroconversion or rise in the titer in samples obtained in two different times, which reveals the ratio of subclinical and clinical infection when combined with the clinical data, and determine the need for immunization program and evaluate their effectiveness as to the presence, level, quality, antibody produced, its duration, and the degree of protection against disease. Serological techniques are useful in defining the incidence, clinical importance, and the spectrum of illness of a new agent such as Legionella and Nonifiable. Ms. Nouri, it is important to stay with the Zoom even at break time, unless an emergency like net interruption, but otherwise you have to stay with the Zoom the whole period of time. The reason why that we calculate your online presence during the course, it must be more than 80%. So kindly stay logged in with Zoom during our course, even with break time. That is the translation. Nevertheless, these techniques have proved useful at variable degrees of brucellosis, cholera, diphtheria, legionellosis, eleptrosis, mycoplasma, Q fever, and other diseases. So what is the pathogenesis of an outbreak? 3 essential requirements for an outbreak or infectious disease are the presence or introduction of infectious agents by infected human, animal, bird, arthropod, vector. Five circumstances in which epidemics occur can be mentioned. First, when a new group of susceptibles is introduced into a setting where a disease is endemic. Second, when a new source of infection is introduced into an area from which the microbial agent has been absent. And many susceptible are therefore present. As in return visitors from foreign country, or the arrival of new immigrants, or the contamination of food and water, or other sources of exposure by an agent not normally present. Also, when effective contact is made between pre-existing infection of low endemicity with susceptible person as a result of a change in the social, behavioral, sexual, and cultural practices. Crowding as a prison camp or institution or exposure of a new portal of entry is example of fourth possibility is increased susceptibility to infection or disease or both through immunosuppression or other factors that influence the host response, such as preceding viral infection, nutritional disorder. Treatment with immunosuppressive drugs or presence of chronic disease, the devastating effect of HIV on the immune system has resulted in a worldwide epidemic of enormous and increasing proportions. A fifth circumstance might be increased in the virulence or dosage of microbial agent. This may have accounted for the massive outbreak of waterborne Cryptosporidum infection that occurred in Wisconsin in 1993. Epidemics or outbreak are often classified from the standpoint of the source of infection. A common source or a common vehicle outbreak may result from exposure of a group of persons to a single source of infection. This could be an exposure of a common source occurring at a single point in time, as in most foodborne outbreaks, and characterized by a sharply defined and limited epidemic curve, often within the incubation period of disease. It could be an exposure on a continued or extended basis, as would be the case from a contaminated water supply to an air source, and would result in an extended epidemic curve. In the later setting, variations on the epidemic curve can result from differences in the dosage and time of occurrence and microbial contaminants in common vehicle or an amount consumed, or they could result from changes in the frequency and exposure of the person at risk to infection. The secondary spread of infectious agents from human to human in a common source outbreak will also alter the epidemic curve, often producing a group of scattered cases that initial epidemic wave subside. These are called secondary cases and can lead to tertiary cases. طيب يا اخوان, we will have a break now for Salah. We will be back. نرجع يا اخوان الساعة 4. خلوكم على الزوم, لا تطلعوا من الزوم. ونرجع بمشيئة الله الساعة 4 بمشيئة الله يا اخوان. لكن لا تطلعوا من الزوم يا اخوان. Stay with the Zoom. خلي الزوم شغال وصلي صلاتك وارجع. Assalamu alaikum. Welcome back again. We'll continue our presentation about the outbreak. There are 5 circumstances in which epidemics occur and can be mentioned. First, when a new group of susceptibilities is introduced into a setting where a disease is endemic. Second, when a new source of infection is introduced into an area from which a microbial agent has been absent and many susceptible and therefore present, as in return of visitors from a foreign country, or the arrival of new immigrants, or from the contamination of food, water, and other sources of exposure by agents not normally present. Third, when effective contact is made between pre-existing infection of low endemicity and a susceptible person as a result of a change in social, behavioral, or sexual or cultural practices. Crowding is as in a person camp or institution or exposure of a new portal of entry are examples. A fourth possibility is increased susceptibility to infection or disease, or both through immunosuppression or both factors that influence the host response, such as preceding viral infection, nutritional disorder, treatment with immunosuppressive drugs, or presence of chronic disease. The devastating effect of HIV on the immune system has resulted in a worldwide epidemic of enormous and increasing proportions. A fifth circumstances might be increase in the virulence or dosage of microbial agent. This may have accounted for a massive outbreak of waterborne Cryptosporidium infection that occurred in Wisconsin. Epidemics or outbreak are often classified from a standpoint of source of infection. A common source or a common vehicle outbreak may result from exposure of a group or a person to a single source of infection. This could be an exposure to a common source occurring as a single point in time, as in most foodborne outbreaks, and characterized by sharply defined and limited epidemic curve, often within the incubation period of disease. It could be exposure to a continued or extended basis, as would be the case from a contaminated water supply or an air source, and would result in extended epidemic curve. In later setting, variations in the epidemic curve could result from differences in those and the dosage and time of occurrence of microbial contaminants in the common vehicle or an amount consumed. The secondary spread of certain infectious agents from human to human and common source outbreak will also alter the epidemic curve. A second type of epidemic spread, called propagated or progressive, is due to multiplication and spread of an agent from one host to another. This is called contact spread and may be direct or indirect or by droplets. In either common source of propagated outbreaks, the epidemic decreased or stops when the number of susceptibilities effectively exposed to the source is diminished by natural attrition, by immunization, by antibiotic prophylactic, or by actual development of the disease itself. The source of infection is eliminated or the means of transmission is interrupted. Recent examples of the use of this type of definition are Legionnaire disease, toxic shock syndrome, and AIDS, even when causative agent is known and laboratory tools of diagnostics are available. the disease may not be reportable, thus making comparison with past experience impossible. On a practical level, any apparent concentration in time or geographic area of an acute illness of marked severity or with unique clinical features involving the respiratory, gastrointestinal, skin, or central nervous system that deserve evaluation. In the absence of specific diagnosis, a simple working definition of case should be established on the basis of available clinical and epidemiological data. It should be concise, clear-cut. A number of such cases should then be determined by a quick telephone or record survey of hospitals, clinical, and appropriate practicing physicians in the area. If the epidemic seems to be widespread, as with influenza, random telephone survey of homes may give an estimate of an attack rate. The rate of absenteeism from key industries and school may also help to define magnitude of an outbreak. Nausea, vomiting, and fever were rare. The average incubation period was too long for a staphylococcal toxic, and the clinical features would be unusual for Salmonella or Shigella. The evidence of incriminating a food is usually based on the greatest differences in percentage L between those who ate and those who didn't eat a given food. In this outbreak, 70% of those who ate beef with gravy became ill compared to 5% who didn't eat this item who become ill. Furthermore, no one who ate beef without gravy become ill, thus clearly incriminating the gravy as the likely source. The gravy, as well as both other foods available, was negative in aerobic and anaerobic cultures. Mouse inoculation tests for toxins in the gravy were also negative. However, it was not known whether the gravy sample tested was from incriminated meat or was set aside from a fresh gravy preparation. Laboratory analysis of fecal samples yielded the answers. Stool specimen from 19 of 20 L students were positive for heat-resistant Clostridium perfringens, as was 1 out of 24 stool from food handlers. No stools from 13 healthy students who had not eaten beef with the gravy were positive. For the spread of infection, a sufficient number of organisms must enter and survive transport through the environment to reach another susceptible host. For the spread of infection, a sufficient number of organisms must enter and survive transport through the environment to reach another susceptible host. Resistant to heat, ultraviolet light, drying, and chemical agents is important for survival of bacteria in nature. Some organisms, such as Vibrio cholera and Legionella can survive for months in water. Even in distilled water, others such as Bacillus anthracis attain survival through highly resistant spores. The capacity to infect a non-human host, such as animals or birds, or to be transferred through an insect vector, such as Rickettsia, offers alternative pathway for the persistent and spread of microorganisms. When bacteria have survived transport through environment or intermediate host to reach susceptible human host. One of the infectiousness expressed as the ratio number of infected numbers susceptible and exposed. A second is pathogenicity, term used to denote the potential of an infectious microorganism to induce disease. It can be expressed quantitatively as follow number with disease over a number infected. The determinants of the pathogenicity include mobile genetic elements such as plasmid, bacteriophages, and transporters. The pathogenic process is complex and represents the sequence of events in which many components are involved. The adherence of organism to host service is highly specific and essential step for subsequent events to develop. Epithelial services provide appropriate sites for many bacteria. Epithelial services provide appropriate sites for many bacteria. Mycoplasma pneumoniae, Haemophilus influenzae find attachment site at the respiratory epithelium. Neisseria gonorrhea in the urethral epithelium, and many enteric organisms in the intestinal or colonic epithelium. Pathogenic organisms must possess characteristics that protect them from against host defense, as mucus and phagocytic cells. Toxins and certain extracellular enzymes may be important in establishing the infection and spread it through tissues. Pathogenic organisms must possess, and toxins are certain extracellular enzymes mainly important in establishing infection and spread through the tissue. The later include collagenase, Clostridium perfringens, coagulase like Staphylococci, hyaluronidase, Staphylococci, Clostridium pneumococci, streptokinase or fibrinolysin, hemolytic streptococci, homolysin and leukocidins, Streptococci, Staphylococci, Clostridia, gram-negative roots, proteases like Neisseria and Streptococci that can hydrolyze immunoglobulins such as secretory IgA. These surface properties and enzymes production contribute to the invasiveness of organisms. السلايدات تتحرك عندي يا اخوان، في بعض الزملاء يقولوا السلايدات ما تتحرك. تحركت ولا لا يا اخوان؟ طيب الصوت واضح يا اخوان؟ طيب we'll continue. Disease is a rare consequence of infection. Usually, the presence of microorganism virus surfaces of the body, their colonization of the diverse epithelial cells, and their multiplication are unintended by signs of clinical disease. Molecular studies of the determinants of virulence include how agents enter epithelial cells, a property that may be carried in different ways. Enteroinvasive E. coli, it may be a larger plasmid, whereas for Yersinia pseudotuberculosis, it is by a small DNA segment of the bacterial chromosome. This property may be exchanged between bacteria, making non-invasive bacteria invasive. External environment provides a setting in which the agent and host usually interact and is the usual means of transmission between the two. The former include air, water, and food, and later animal, birds, insect vectors, or some bacterial infections. This include anthrax, brucellosis, leptospirosis, Lyme disease, Q fever, and others. For infections involving insect transmission, such as louse-borne typhus, Rocky Mountain spotted fever, humidity, temperature, vegetation, and other factors in the environmental may play a central role in limiting the occurrence of the infection to well-defined geographic areas favorable to the vector. Through climatic factors, the environment exerts an influence on exposure of the host to microorganisms. Warm weather and tropical climate result in recreation and occupational exposure to water, sewage, swimming pool, wild animals, insects. They promote spread of skin infections in an unclothed person with abrasions in their skin. Certain organisms grow or survive better in warm environments, especially enteric organisms. Intestinal infections flourish under such conditions. Inadequate refrigeration leads to foodborne outbreaks. Epidemics of Legionnaires disease appear to depend on chain of warm weather events. This includes appropriate temperature and humidity for the organism to grow in soil or water. The contaminations of water cooling tower or air conditions, airborne carriages or population or propulsion of the organism is susceptible to human frequency in an enclosed environment. July, August are good months for this. The major routes of transmission of bacterial infections are listed in another table. Many organisms have several routes. The sequence of spread usually involves the exit of organism from infected host, transport through environment via air, water, food, insect, or animal, with or without bacterial multiplication, and the entry of sufficient number of viable organisms into appropriate portal of a susceptible host to initiate infection. Their success in reaching susceptible hosts depends on the number of organisms present, the particle size, the force with which they are propelled into the environment, the resistance of drying, temperature, humidity of the air, and the presence of air currents and the distance of the host. The source of organism carried by air include the inanimate source, the respiratory tract or oropharynx infected person, or from infected lesions of the skin, or from an animate source such as a form water cooling towers, as with Legionella organism. Their success in reaching susceptible host depends on the number of organisms present the particular size, force which they are propelled into environment resistant. Their success in reaching susceptible hosts depends on the number of organisms. Some infections may be carried great distance from their source, Q fever, Legionella. As with virus, respiratory transmitted bacterial infections are difficult to control. As with viruses, respiratory transmitted bacterial infections are difficult to control. The size of the particle and the aerosol influence its dispersion distance and the site and its respiratory passage at which the particles are trapped. Particles larger than approximately 5 nanogram in diameter are usually filtered out in the nose, while those up to 5 nanometer diameter are deposited on sites along with the upper and lower respiratory tract. Contact transmission can be direct, indirect, or droplets, which due to particle size are not truly airborne. Direct contact transmission means agent is transmitted from the infected person or animal directly to a susceptible host. Indirect contact transmission means the agent moves from the source to susceptible host by means of inanimate objects. Droplets are infected particles more than 5 nanometer in diameter that only travel up to approximately 3 feet through the air before they infect a susceptible host or fall to a horizontal surfaces. Direct contact spread includes genital or sexually transmitted disease, some gastrointestinal or fecal oral spread disease, and some other disease such as tularemia results from contact with infected animals. The term venerally transmitted is now being limited to the 5 classic infections clearly transmitted by sexual intercourse: gonorrhea, syphilis, chancroid, lymphogranuloma venereum, and granuloma inguinale. The newer term, sexual transmitted, is broader, applies to both hetero and homosexual activities. To encompass all infections transmitted person to person during sexual activity. In recent years, Trachomatis has been identified in this group as the cause of almost half of non-gonorrheal urethritis, and uroplasma is under evaluation. Enteric infections are of increasing importance in male homosexual. The presence of ulcers due to STD enhanced the spread of HIV, especially benign lesions from syphilis or herpes simplex. Gastrointestinal or fecal oral routes transmission is a close rival in frequency to respiratory spread, and there are many sources of infection. Bacterial organisms from ill person or carriers exist via gastrointestinal tract to the external milieu of transmission by water, food, or direct contact to another individual. They constitute major group of bacterial infections. The mouth is the common portal of entry. Some enteric infections involve only human-to-human cycle, such as cholera, typhoid fever, shigellosis. Others, such as salmonellosis, campylobacter, anti-urinasis, and involve animal host. A variety of mechanisms may transmit the organism from infection stool to a susceptible person. Cholera is commonly transmitted by water and on occasions by food such as undercooked food, seafood like oyster and clams. Shigellosis is spread by fecal oral route from patients or carrier, and also by food, water, or flies. Typhoid fever is transmitted by food and water, contaminated by feces or urine from patients or carrier, and sometimes through contaminated shellfish or canned food. Campylobacter fetus subspecies Jejuni Yersinia enterocolitica also infect many animals, including domestic ones such as puppies, and can expose the humans through direct contact or through water, milk, or food. Tuberculosis exposure to infected human during acute illnesses or shortly thereafter is the main source of infection here, direct or indirect feces. Yes, Dr. Tariq, this is the first lecture. We are still have 27 lectures later, so I guess your answer will be given in the coming few slides or tomorrow. Again, Dr. Tariq, I accept your question, but again, we are still in the start. So in the next lectures and the one before, the one after, I guess you will find your answer, inshallah. For shigellosis exposure of infected human during an acute illness or shortly thereafter, the main source of infection, here direct or indirect fecal oral contact, is usually more important than water or food. That there is no extra human reservoir of infection. Urinary spread infection is not common, but may occur in typhoid fever from an infected person and leptospirosis for many animal hosts. Water is a common vehicle of transmission. These infections occur in the time of childbirth. In congenital infections, the organism is transmitted vertically from an infected mother via the placenta to the fetus. Congenital syphilis, rubella, toxoplasmosis are examples of this. Infection may occur horizontally from an infected cervix to a baby to pass through a birth canal, as it's gonococcal, ophthalmia, and chlamydial infection. Infections may also be acquired immediately after birth, as exampled by tetanus unitarum due to contamination of the newly cut umbilical cord by soil or by contaminated substances applied to the umbilical stump. I think that was the last slide. Any question related to this, ya Juan? Dr. Tariq asked some questions, but I think they will be answered in the next presentation, I think, or the after one. طيب أخوان, we'll move to the next presentation. I think it will be our next presentation is a public health surveillance, how to do surveillance for public health. Yes, you will have the PowerPoint slides, no problem with that. The term surveillance derived from a French word meaning to which over may be defined as a system providing close observation of all aspects of the occurrence and distribution of a given disease. The preferred term in public health surveillance, which emphasizes the focus of surveillance as discussed, and this distinguishes public health surveillance from other types of surveillance, although methodology of surveillance is basic and descriptive. Surveillance must be dynamic, current, purposeful, and result in public health action. This action frequently results in establishment of a new or reinforcement of existing public health policy. It is fundamental for prompt and effective control and prevention of disease. Traditional surveillance was first applied to acute communicable disease in the mid-18th century. Since then, surveillance methodologies have been utilized to cover infectious disease, wide variety of non-infectious disease, of other health-related events, such as environmental hazard, potential bioterrorism events and injuries, vaccination and distribution of biological products and healthcare delivery. A surveillance program can be designed to produce a variety of output data, depending on the السلايدات هنعطيكم اياها يا اخوان بعد ما نخلص المحاضرات هنعطيكم اياها ان شاء الله. A surveillance program can be designed to produce a variety of output data depending on the purpose of the program. It can portray the natural history of disease, including description of the occurrence of disease by time, place, and person. Surveillance data should describe the background level of disease as well as the change of the occurrence of disease identified. Surveillance can be used to monitor changes in the agents such as antibiotic resistant monococci, staphylococci, pneumococci, and mycobacterium. The analysis of surveillance data can help to establish parameters for developing disease-specific control or prevention of program. The surveillance can also be used to confirm the hypothesis about the occurrence of distribution of disease or indicate the need for the further study of additional data. Analysis of the surveillance data can lead to development and or institution of control and prevention of measures such as chemotherapy, chemoprophylaxis, new source and source of allocation. Surveillance can be used to evaluate the effectiveness of newly instituted control and prevention measures. Surveillance can be used to evaluate the effectiveness of newly instituted control. The WHO ten elements of the indistinguishable source of data were identified. Any one or any combination can be used to support disease-specific surveillance program. I think it is good to provide you with the data, with the video that can explain some of our presentation, then we'll back to our lecture.
Hello, I'm Rob, epidemiologist here at the Center for Disease Control, Atlanta. I've been asked to present this introduction to public health surveillance as part of our Public Health 101 series. Now, you may find it hard to believe, but I've worked in public health for almost 40 years. I started out as a microbiologist with the Illinois Department of Public Health Virus Lab. Then went on, got my PhD in epidemiology and worked with the Cook County Department of Public Health as an epidemiologist in their communicable disease program. I came to CDC in 1992, worked with infectious diseases in out-of-home childcare settings, did some work with healthcare quality and healthcare associated infections. I've taught applied epidemiology at the University of Illinois School of Public Health. I think one of the things I've learned over the years is the importance of surveillance. That public health surveillance is one of the most important aspects of public health system. Surveillance data drives our decisions, directs our actions, and like the proverbial dog in the night, informs us of potential threats to the health of those we serve. The next hour, I'll discuss some of the basics of surveillance, its role and use in public health. I'll review the legal basis for surveillance, discuss some of the types of surveillance, attributes of surveillance, and the processes involved in conducting surveillance. Finally, we'll apply what we've learned to some cases where surveillance was used to address a public health problem. Throughout this presentation, I'll try to bring examples based on some of my experiences. I'm sure that many of you have had similar experiences or soon will, and I would encourage you to try to fit them into the models that we present here. I'm sure that many of you have had similar experiences or soon will, and I would encourage you to try to fit them into models that we present here. The day-to-day routine of the local health department can be stressful and sometimes chaotic, and it helps to be able to find some structure and purpose to the activity. At the end of this tape, if I've done my job and you stayed awake, you should be able to define or at least explain what's meant by public health surveillance, at least to the point where you know the key characteristics and how surveillance differs from data collection for research purposes. You should be able to describe the goal of public health surveillance. You should be able to describe the uses of public health surveillance systems. This use generally drives the structure of the system, what information is collected, who it's collected from, and how and when it's analyzed. We'll also discuss the legal basis for public health surveillance in the United States. Now, this may sound boring, but a solid understanding of the legal basis for collecting information can be helpful in dealing with attorneys at the local level. We'll discuss active and passive public health surveillance and identify sources of data commonly used for public health surveillance. Lastly, we'll describe the process of public health surveillance itself. Few things in my career have been more gratifying to identify a public health problem through surveillance. To find that some sneaky little bug was infecting my people, making them sick, putting them in the hospital, even killing some of them, and nobody would have known about it if not for the efforts of those involved in our surveillance system. And then to track it down and stuff it out makes everything worthwhile. We'll start with a discussion of public health approach to problem solving. Public health problems are diverse and can include infectious diseases, chronic diseases, emergencies, injuries, environmental health problems, and other health threats. Regardless of the topic, we take the same approach to public health problems by following 4 general steps. We start by asking, what is the problem, or even, is there a problem? Public health, we identify the problem by using surveillance systems to monitor health events and behaviors occurring among the population. After we've identified the problem, the next question is, what's the cause of the problem? For example, are there factors that might make certain populations more susceptible to disease, such as something in the environment, or certain behaviors that people are practicing to put them at risk? This is where epidemiology comes in. Once we've identified potential risk factors related to the problem, we ask what intervention works to address the problem. Generally look at what has worked in the past in addressing the same or similar problems, and if a proposed intervention makes sense with our affected population. It may be worthwhile to look at what did not work and why. The last step, we ask, how can we implement the intervention? Given the resources we have and what we know about the affected population, will this work? As we go through this course, you'll see different examples of this public health approach at work. This diagram includes some of the core disciplines that represent the foundation for the public health approach. These include public health surveillance, which we use to monitor public health situation. We will learn more about surveillance during today's discussion. Epidemiology helps us to understand where diseases originate, how or why they move through populations, and how we can prevent them. Public health laboratories support public health by performing tests to confirm disease diagnosis. Laboratories also support public health efforts through research and training. They play a key role in surveillance and investigations. As we continue to move from use of paper documents to electronic health records, public health informatics continues to increase in importance. Informatics deals with methods for collecting, compiling, and presenting health education, and it enables us to use electronic data effectively when addressing a public health situation. Prevention effectiveness is closely linked to public health policy. Its studies provide important economic information for decision makers to help them choose the best options available. Essentially, it tells us, is the juice worth the squeeze? Together, these 5 core sciences can help us protect and promote public health by giving practitioners the answers they need in order to do their jobs. Public health is better able to respond to the situation by using contributions from each of these sciences. No one science alone is able to do the job by itself. Moving on to the next topic. When many people hear the word surveillance, they often think of James Bond or Hawaii Five-0 or Big Brother types of spying. I suppose that could apply here, except for tracking disease patterns and health status, not individuals. The term surveillance comes from a French word meaning to watch over. Public health surveillance has been defined as the ongoing systematic collection, analysis, and interpretation of health-related data essential to planning, implementation, and evaluation of public health practice, closely integrated with the timely dissemination of these data to those responsible for prevention and control. While collecting data for research purposes and collecting data for surveillance may be similar, there are some fundamental differences. I found it useful to keep this definition in mind and to periodically apply it to surveillance systems I've been working with. There's some key terms that are especially important to keep in mind. Surveillance is, first of all, systematic. It's useful to think of systematic in terms of standardized and to ask just how standardized is the surveillance system. Is everyone using the same methods and definitions, or have they changed over time? It's good to look at what factors might influence the completeness and quality and timeliness of your data reporting. The next term is ongoing. The ongoing nature of surveillance data collection is one attribute that distinguishes it from research data collections. Data collection for research purposes are tied to the duration of the study, while surveillance is ongoing. Although things like definitions, instruments, and data fields may change over time, systems generally keep chugging on. It also does not mean continuous. Some systems, such as influenza and arbovirus surveillance systems, are seasonal. However, every year, the leaves turn and public health departments start their flu surveillance. This summer, they conduct arbovirus surveillance. The next term is collection. What, how, and from whom of data collection are all factors that need to be considered. Now we'll discuss these more later in the presentation. Analysis is one area where surveillance and research definitely differ. Data collection for research purposes are generally analyzed at the end of the study after all the data has been collected. The analysis of surveillance data is generally an ongoing activity. I'll talk more about the rest of these keywords, such as interpretation, dissemination, health-related data, linkage to public health practice later on in this presentation. Okay, let's move on to why we do surveillance and what we're trying to accomplish. According to this slide, the goal of public health surveillance is to provide information that can be used for action and guidance. We'll look at some examples of surveillance leading to action later in this presentation. But it's important to keep in mind that action is an important outcome of any surveillance program. You need to understand what you're going to do with the data that you have. Okay, let's do a quick knowledge check. Which of the four choices is most correct? A, B, C, or D? If you pick C, you're correct. Public health surveillance is the ongoing systematic collection, analysis, and interpretation of health-related data. I have another knowledge check question. What's the goal of public health surveillance? The correct answer here is B, to provide information to be used for public health action. Okay, moving on. We'll talk a bit about the role and uses of public health surveillance. Now that we define surveillance, let's discuss its role and uses in public health. Here are some specific ways public health surveillance can be used. You may want to think about where some of the surveillance systems you're aware of fit into this scheme. Now, this has been recorded in September 2014. Ebola virus infections are rampant through much of West Africa. We have a enterovirus 64 outbreaks going on in a good part of this country. This first bullet represents one of the major activities public health officials are using to slow the spread of both diseases. Contact tracing and treatment are important parts of many sexually transmitted disease programs in this country, as is prophylaxis in the forms of antimicrobials or immune globulin for folks exposed to some forms of bacterial meningitis or hepatitis A, respectively. The second and third bullets represent the alarm function of surveillance, although behavior changes may certainly be for the good. The magnitude and scope help identify populations at high risk and target specific groups for intervention. Surveillance data has also helped us to identify the spread of emergent infections like West Nile and to monitor increased resistance of antimicrobials. We also use surveillance data to assess the effectiveness of programs and control measures, as well as to develop hypotheses and stimulate research. Here are a few headlines from the past. Think about the surveillance uses we listed in the previous slide. Apply those to these headlines. How do we know that an epidemic is occurring? How do we know that the percentage of New Yorkers smoking is decreasing, or that obesity rates might be increasing or holding steady? Public health surveillance provides the answers to questions such as these, as well as many others. Okay, this is part of the article on the number of rare E. coli cases in the US rising last year. Notice that these results came from the National Monitoring System for Foodborne Illness. Think about, going back to the previous slide, which surveillance uses can you link to this article? As a knowledge check, we measure trends of a particular disease. Do we use it to estimate the magnitude of the problem? Do we use it to monitor changes in infection and environmental agents? Or we use it to assess the effectiveness of programs and control measures? You can see that essentially it's all of the above. Now we know what surveillance is and a little bit about its role and purpose. We'll move on to the legal basis and discuss just what gives health officials the authority and even the obligation to collect information about diseases. And I remember asking this story question myself the first time I sat in an STD clinic and interviewed people about their sex histories. So it's important to keep this thing in mind and understand just why we're doing this. The 12th article of the Bill of Rights in the U.S. Constitution states that the powers not delegated to the United States by the Constitution, nor prohibited by it to the states, are reserved to the states respectively, or to the people. This has been interpreted as meaning that the legal authority for public health, including surveillance, resides with the states. However, the federal government is charged with promoting the general welfare of the people. It does have authority over interstate commerce. So putting these together, the CDC can respond when a disease situation has interstate implications because of the Commerce Clause, or when it impacts the general welfare of the nation. Otherwise, CDC typically must be invited by a state to become involved in an investigation or to conduct surveillance within state boundaries. State-based notifiable disease reporting systems, also called reportable disease systems, are mandated by legislators through state law in some states. In others, the legislatures give the state health officer the authority to mandate reporting of specific diseases or conditions. These specify not only the list of diseases to report, but also who must report, how to report, and when. Most commonly, physicians, laboratories, hospitals, clinics, and in some instances, school nurses and educators are required to report cases to the local health department. The local health department is usually responsible for case investigations and any resulting action. After the local health department receives a report, it verifies that it meets the case definition. They then send the report on to the state health department. Now, the state health department may assist the local health department in following up on investigations and control activities, especially if the problems cross jurisdictional lines. Okay, another knowledge shift. Which of the below serves as the legal basis for public health surveillance? And the answer to this, of course, is number C, the U.S. Constitution. The next question, CDC must be invited by a state before conducting public health surveillance. Is this true or false? It's sort of tricky, but the answer is true. Now we'll move on to a discussion of various types of surveillance and some of the attributes of surveillance systems. We often divide surveillance into two categories, passive and active, depending on the amount of resources and effort put into it by the agency collecting the information. Most routine notifiable disease surveillance is considered passive. In passive surveillance, the physician, laboratory, or other healthcare provider, i.e. the reporter, takes the initiative in submitting the report by following a list of reportable diseases in that state. The state health department or health agency waits for reports to be submitted by others. This is the most common type of surveillance. It is simple and inexpensive, but it's also limited by the variability, quality, and completeness of reporting. Active surveillance systems involve regular outreach to potential reporters to stimulate the reporting of specific diseases or injuries. Active systems involve regular outreach to potential reporters in order to stimulate the reporting of specific diseases or injuries. Active surveillance is oftentimes used to validate the representativeness of passive reporting. It can be used to ensure more complete reporting conditions, or it can be used in conjunction with specific epidemiologic investigations. Active systems are often used for brief periods for discrete purposes, such as during outbreak investigations or special time-limited events, or for diseases of special interest, such as SARS. The truth is that there's a gradient here, and an even more active system might involve assigning staff to periodically visit reporting sources and review emergency room, laboratory, or other records for possible cases. Another type of surveillance is Sentinel Surveillance. A few reporting sources are selected to serve as sentinels. These may be clinicians' offices, laboratories, or other components of the healthcare system. They're asked to collect information and sometimes clinical specimens such as throat swabs from patients meeting established criteria, or to conduct additional testing and screening, essentially to go beyond the norm and to periodically report their reports. When I first started in public health, I was involved in a Sentinel system for arboviruses, where we use chickens. Arbovirus used as a chicken mosquito life cycle. We put chickens out in the woods, and every week go out and collect bloods from the chickens to determine whether or not they've been infected. So we can do this from sources other than just can involve more than health records. You can also look for activities in other types of systems. Another Sentinel system at one time, cotton pledgets were put in sewers and periodically sampled and tested for enteric bacteria to look at the presence of various enteric pathogens in communities as well. The usefulness of syndromic surveillance became apparent after the outbreak of cryptosporidiosis in Milwaukee back in 1992, and the increased awareness of the threat of bioterrorism in 2001. Syndromic surveillance focuses on the signs and symptoms of an illness rather than on physician-diagnosed or laboratory-confirmed illnesses. The case definition for a syndrome is less specific than that for disease. Therefore, follow-up is always necessary to verify if an outbreak is actually occurring. We use syndromic surveillance as an alarm system for bioterrorism events. An advantage to this method is that reporting does not need to wait for a diagnosis to be made. This can add time and delay the reporting process. Because of this time-saving aspect of syndromic surveillance, it's been used as a method for early detection to improve situational awareness, especially in the context of bioterrorism. The term syndromic surveillance has also been loosely applied to the surveillance of school and work absenteeism, calls to 911, and the over-counter medications, where, for example, a sharp increase in sales of antidiarrheal medications in the Milwaukee area served as an early indication of the outbreak of cryptosporidiosis. There are several key attributes that should be considered when setting up or evaluating a surveillance system. It is as important to understand the attributes of your surveillance system as it is to understand the attributes of your vehicle or your home. You need to understand what it can do, what it can't do. The first 5 are shown in this slide. By usefulness, we mean, is the system accomplish its objectives to the extent that we want? Data quality examines how reliable the data are that we're collecting through our surveillance system. How complete and accurate are the data fields and reports received by the system? Is there something we can do to improve quality? Do our reporting sources need training? Can they reasonably provide the information requested from them? The next attribute is timeliness. How quickly are reports received? For some conditions, this is critical to prevent further illness, while in others may be less important. Flexibility looks at how quickly the system can adapt to changes. Simplicity considers whether the system is easy to operate. I set up the first computerized surveillance system for the Cook County Health Department. The first iteration included fields for almost all the information we collected during the course of our investigations. Within a week, we were so far behind the verification that we tracked the whole system in the new system had only 6 data fields for each report. That system worked fine and was still in place when I left several years later. So simplicity is an important attribute to consider. The next attribute is stability. By stability, we mean, does the system work well? Does it break down very often? It's important to look at the sources of instability and how you might be able to improve the system. Things like staff turnover in key reporting sources can cause problems as much as crashes in the computer system. Sensitivity is another attribute. Sensitivity considers how well the system captures the intended cases. Does it capture only 10% of the cases, or does it capture 80%? If you have a system that only captures 10%, but 80% is needed, might not be effective enough for the condition or situation that you're looking at. Closely related to sensitivity is predictive value positive. With this, we mean how many of the reported cases are true cases that meet the criteria for what we're calling a case. That is, how many reported cases actually meet the case definition. Representativeness looks at how well the reports in the system represent the population under consideration. Does it identify events only among certain groups, or does it accurately capture events across the whole target population? Sexually transmitted disease surveillance systems are notorious for not representing the entire population. The final attribute is acceptability. How willing are the system users to actively participate in the surveillance efforts and to report their data? In the early days of the epidemic, name reporting of AIDS cases and HIV positivity was a real issue until people became comfortable with the system. Under real-world conditions, we may need to balance some of the attributes of surveillance systems in order to accomplish the objectives. For example, sensitivity and predictive value positive typically have an inverse association. The more sensitive the system, the lower the predictive value positive. Therefore, one might decide whether you'd rather have a more sensitive system or a higher predictive value positive in order to accomplish your goal. This may vary from system to system. And here we have another knowledge check. The New York State Department of Health contacts the healthcare providers of District A every Friday to obtain the number of patients examined with influenza. What type of surveillance is this? The correct answer is B, active. What if they were to send a notice to their providers at the start of the flu season, reminding them to report? Then what would that system be? What if they were to send staff to a sample of emergency rooms to review records? Would that change the answer as well? A lot of decisions have to be made when you decide to place an illness or injury under public health surveillance. Public health surveillance process. A lot of decisions have to be made when you decide to put an illness or injury under public health surveillance. Many of these deal with the process itself. And when using data from existing systems, it's good to keep in mind some of these same points to better understand the usefulness of what's going on with your system. We'll discuss each one of these steps in the process. At least 5 steps in the surveillance process need to be considered when setting up a surveillance system. These include data collection, analysis, interpretation, dissemination, and follow-up action. Let's start by looking at data collection. Before collecting data, you must decide what the overarching goal of the system is and what the specific objectives might be in order to meet that goal. Possible questions to ask might include, what are we going to monitor? Just what data will be collected? What are our definitions and data fields? Why are we collecting these data? Why are we collecting these specific pieces of information? How are we going to use each one? And will the total of the system give us what we need? We also may want to ask, who will collect the data and how will it be collected? What's the target population? Where do we implement the system? Will it be done in certain communities, types of settings? Will the system be active or passive? How will the data be transmitted to the people that are actually performing the analysis? Will this be by paper? Performing an analysis. Will this be by paper? Will it be by mail? Will it be electronically? What are the time factors involved? How are we going to put this system together to give us what we need to know? Surveillance relies on a variety of public data sources to monitor different conditions and situations. You might already be familiar with some of the data sources listed on the slide. Think about some others. These might include administrative data systems such as billing records, laboratory surveillance such as PulseNet. There may be environmental, vector, or animal surveillance. I talked about the Sentinel chickens. We also involved with mosquito trapping, looking for West Nile viruses. There are other systems as well, like pharmacies, looking at laws and policies, as well as 911 calls. Moving on to the National Notifiable Disease Surveillance System. This is a collaboration between CDC and the Council of State Territorial Epidemiologists, or CSTE. Many of the diseases on the state list are also nationally notifiable, but the reporting by state is voluntary. Now, each state determines which diseases and conditions are reportable within their jurisdiction. They also decide which ones from the list of nationally notifiable diseases or conditions they will report for their state. CSTE and CDC collaborate closely developing this national list. It's revised yearly and therefore varies somewhat from year to year, as well as from place to place. States typically fully cooperate with national disease reporting because CDC publishes the provisional data weekly in Morbidity and Mortality Weekly Report, or MMWR, and the final data is published annually in the MMWR Annual Summary of Notifiable Diseases. MMWR displays the data in complex tables and maps such as the one displayed on this slide. This allows each state to know how their population's health compares with other states. This is the form from Georgia Department of Public Health. This is a Georgia Notifiable Disease Form. What do you notice about this form? I note there are at least four items. Most of these conditions are infectious. These are diseases that are passed from person to person or from animal or insect to people. Also, Georgia has 4 different reporting time frames: immediately, 7 days, 1 month, and 6 months. You may ask, who is required to report? This is in the top block and includes physicians, laboratories, and other healthcare providers. The fourth and final item you might have noticed is that the form states that any cluster of illnesses is to be reported. In Georgia, the state health department then determines if that cluster is unusual. Health departments want to know about disease clusters. For example, before 1999, West Nile virus had not occurred in the US. Therefore, 1998, West Nile virus was not on Georgia's list. Health departments have been able to capture new or re-emerging infectious diseases when clusters were reported, as was the case with West Nile virus. From an international perspective, the World Health Organization, or WHO, is the UN agency that coordinates international health activities, helps governments improve health services. International reportable conditions include smallpox, polio, wild-type polio infections, human influenza caused by new subtypes, and severe acute respiratory syndrome, or SARS. Okay, we have another knowledge check. State-based notifiable reporting requirements are set at the national level, they're then reported at the international level. Is this true or false? And the answer is false. Okay, let's move on to the data analysis step. Some of the things you may want to ask here are, who will analyze the data? What methodology will they use? Some cases, a simple graphic presentation may be adequate, while others may require more complex stratified analysis with calculation determination of confidence intervals. Last, how often will the data be analyzed? This can be done daily, will be looked at weekly, monthly, or some other time frame. This is important. This is determined in part by the use of your surveillance system. If you're looking for outbreaks and emergencies, it doesn't do any good to analyze your data once a month. Let's look at some examples. Okay, this graph demonstrates an example of data analysis by week for the West Nile virus infection in New York State, New York City in 1999. This is where it was first introduced into the United States. This is a type of presentation that's useful for looking at these types of outbreaks. For other outbreaks, you might want to adjust the y-axis to days or hours, and the groups might represent classrooms or floors of buildings or even person-related variables. This graph shows us both the when and the where. Take a minute to look at it. What does it show you? Okay. First of all, we can see that the hospitalizations peaked on August 22nd to 28th. Keep in mind, this is hospitalizations and not date of onset. The numbers held steady for the next 2 weeks and then began to decline in New York City, but they remained steady in New York State, as indicated by the striped blocks. However, the majority of cases overall occurred in New York City, as indicated by the solid blocks. This map is an example of laboratory-confirmed West Nile cases among humans for August and September 1999. Each red dot represents a human case. What patterns can you see in this chart? Cases are scattered throughout the area, although there appears to be a cluster in the North Queens area, as indicated by the arrow. This suggests that there was a serial survey done in that area that may account for the cluster. Now, I don't know if that's the case, but again, it's important to understand your surveillance system. And my ignorance in this instance can serve as an example of why it's important to understand what's going on with your surveillance, how you collect your data, and what's behind it. Here's an example of data analysis by person. This table displays the demographics for persons hospitalized for West Nile virus and the population rates of infection over a selected period of time. What patterns you notice in these rates? Okay, well, first of all, you see that the greatest number of cases appears to be in older folks, people 70, 79, and those over 80. Now, in this case, it might suggest that mosquitoes find it easier to bite slow-moving seniors, but that's not necessarily the situation here. That West Nile virus infections tend to be more severe in older people than in younger folks. And since we're looking at hospitalized data, it's likely that this is reflecting sort of this increased severity in the older age group. If we look at gender, we'll find that the rates here in men and women are similar, although they appear to be a little bit higher in men. Now, this may, again, reflect that this may be just part of the reporting system, or it may indicate that men are at higher risk. They may have more outdoor activities, being more exposed to mosquitoes than women. And moving on to the next slide here, interpreting data. This is closely linked with data analysis. By identifying person, place, and time, you can determine how and why the health event occurred. Suppose that your analysis identifies an apparent increase in reported cases in the disease under surveillance. You may want to ask, what can account for that apparent increase? Some reasons might be that there is increase in access to healthcare. There may have been a change in reporting procedures or surveillance system. There may be a change in case definition. Maybe that more laboratories have become to test for the presence, and maybe that there's more awareness of the condition than there was before. Oftentimes we see after there's been an outbreak of a particular condition that we'll get increased reporting of this for a considerable period of time afterwards, simply because providers are more aware of it and it's higher on the index of suspicion. Okay, going on to a knowledge check here. In data interpretation, by identifying the blank, blank, and blank, you can more easily determine how and why a health event occurred. What's the answer to this one? The answer is the old epi triad, person, place, and time. That's number C. Another step in the process here is data dissemination. Data dissemination basically tells how we're going to distribute our information to those who have a need to know. These can be done through health agency newsletters, bulletins, or alerts. May have annual surveillance summaries or reports. It can be disseminated through medical epidemiologic journal articles, or there may be periodic press releases. And now we have social media can also be used as a way to get that information out to people. Some of the people that we may want to get information out to include public health practitioners, clinicians, or other healthcare providers, those involved in making policies and other decision makers, community organizations, or the general public. A knowledge check. Which of the below is not a good source of data used for public health surveillance? And the answer in most cases would, of course, be C, newspaper articles. Now, ones may be able to use newspaper reports if you were looking for like police logs or something like that for a surveillance system. But for most public health purposes, newspaper information would not be a good source of information. The last step to surveillance is a link to action. This is the final and required step to any sort of surveillance process, because without action, the data serves no real purpose. Okay, this graph shows the numbers of pertussis or whooping cough cases in the United States from 1922 through 2000. Looking at the big graph on the bottom here, what do you see? Well, you see here that it looks like data that we had a high number of cases up until the 1950s and started to drop off as vaccines became to use, and then plateaued out in the 1980s. But if you look, there appears to be something going on here from about 1980 to 2000, and this is shown in the small graph here in the upper right. You see there appears that the number of cases has started to pick back up. We looked at this, we found that the number of these cases involve adults or children who were exposed to adults. This served as the basis for a change in our recommendations regarding pertussis immunization. Now we've expanded this to include adults. We now say that adults should receive a booster vaccination in order to protect them, keep them from spreading disease to young children. Okay, last knowledge check. Which of the below is not part of the public health surveillance process? A, B, C, or D? And the answer is B, data storage. Finally, let's take a look at some of the steps. Surveillance-based action. Public health surveillance-based action includes at least 5 steps. Describing the burden or the potential for disease, monitoring trends, patterns in disease, looking at risk factors and agents, detecting sudden changes in disease occurrence and distribution, providing data for programs, policies, and priorities, and evaluating prevention and control efforts. In the words of Will Fahey, former CDC director, and a person who played a substantial role in the global smallpox eradication process, the reason for collecting, analyzing, and disseminating information on a disease is to control that disease. Collection and analysis should not be allowed to consume resources if action does not follow. Hopefully during this session, we've learned to define public health surveillance. We're able to describe the goal of public health surveillance, understand its uses for public health surveillance systems, recognize the legal basis for surveillance in the United States, compare active, passive public health surveillance, have some ideas to what's behind Sentinel and Syndromic Surveillance, identify sources of data commonly used for public health surveillance, and describe the public health surveillance process. Here's a list of resources.
Any question, Ikhwan, for this video before we move to the presentation, next presentation? Okay, we'll move to our presentation again. I hope that video was successful. So what is routine surveillance? As previously indicated, routine surveillance as a specific disease will not include all the data sources discussed above and mentioned that provide the most accurate information. If more information is needed concerning the occurrence of disease, then additional sources of information can be incorporated into the surveillance system. Plagues, yellow fever, poliomyelitis, human rabies, measles, and others are being involved in the surveillance system. For example, this artifact could be occurred in the National Shigella Surveillance Program that initiated in 1964 with routine reporting from 17 states. Similar artifacts in the surveillance data have occurred in the National AIDS Surveillance Program, as the definition of a case of AIDS has been modified to accommodate the new knowledge concerning clinical manifestations of the disease. One such example is streptococcal infection, which may give a uniformed the wrong idea that these infections are no longer reported. So how to report? In general, detailed individual case data are not necessarily useful in the surveillance program. The quality of surveillance program is as good as the quality of data collected. Most frequently, this is in a person who has a medical responsibility for the patient, and usually that person is a physician. The responsibility may be delegated to someone else, such as physician's nurse. The increasing use of computers by hospitals and large health maintenance organization for recording diagnosis and the development of linkage system for such data provide a new means of collecting and evaluating the surveillance data. And reporting cases of any disease by means confidentiality of the patient must be respected and maintained. In Health Insurance Probability Accountability Act, law concerning patient confidentiality does allow the reporting of the patient data, but emphasizes the need to maintain confidentiality of the patient. In the United States, every state has a law indicating the occurrence of which disease must be reporting and the mechanism of how they should be reporting and to whom. Additionally, however, it is not apparent that any penalty has ever been assessed, reporting from the state of CDC. Within the community, cases are reported to the local health authority, such as a city health department, at regular intervals. However, it is not apparent that the penalty has been assessed. Surveillance, which is a special one, has an effort which can be established when the rate of occurrence of the disease increase, either as part of the expected trend of the disease or as unusual increase in epidemic. Special surveillance programs can also be developed in relation to identification of a new disease entity to provide disease data for research or investigation projects, to define the population among whom prevention measures should be instituted. Once the immediate need for a special surveillance system has been accomplished, the system should be either to stop or a regular surveillance program for that disease should be developed. Because of the increasing problem of hospital-acquired infection, special surveillance efforts have been developed within hospital to accumulate data that might be useful for instituting procedures to control and prevent nosocomial infection. The development of infection control committees with many responsibilities, one of which is to supervise a nosocomial infection surveillance program. During ward rounds, the infection control nurse seek clues to infection by asking physicians and nurses whether any of their patients have infections and noting which patients have evaluated temperature, are receiving antimicrobial agents, or are in isolation. The outpatient department and the employee health services can also be kept under surveillance, since infection noted in these areas may reflect infection among patients. All these sources of nosocomial infection surveillance data may not be incorporated into the routine surveillance program at the same time. Also, surveillance may be targeted at specific high-risk patient areas, particularly intensive care units or procedures. Computer-based surveillance has been developed and may utilize hospital databases such as admission, transfer, discharge database to track patients' movement. Community-acquired infections may be brought under surveillance as an addition to the hospital infection surveillance program. Guillain-Barré syndrome during swine flu vaccination program 1976. The reported occurrence of Guillain-Barré syndrome among vaccinated persons resulted in development of a separate active surveillance efforts involving special reports from neurologists. Race syndrome developed information concerning possible association between race syndrome with influenza. Special surveillance activities reporting forms were established for use of pediatrician neurologists who were more likely than other physicians to see patients with race syndrome. Infant botulism, when the first report of infant botulism were published, it was apparent that a previously unrecognized public health problem needed defining. Legionnaire disease, when this disease was first identified, then there were many unsolicited reports of possible cases. This resulted in important new data being uncovered concerning this newly described disease. Arbovirus disease, CDC had developed a special surveillance program for arbovirus disease called ARBONET, an internet-based surveillance system managed by State Health Department and CDC. Serosurveillance, the use of serological testing on a regular basis, may provide disease occurrence information not available by other less costly methods. A reproducible serological test and responsive approved laboratory are necessary ingredients for this activity. Another example of the use of serology is seen in the communities in which there is an interest in determining the incidence of human immunodeficiency virus, HIV, affecting among pregnant women, in which serosurveillance program is developed in order to provide necessary data. Serosurveillance has also been used to track the movement of West Nile virus activity across the country. For example, if there is a concern regarding foodborne disease, then in addition to the routine reporting of the cases of epidemic surveillance of potentially contaminated foods can be instituted by utilizing laboratory culture. Surveillance of a human carrier of certain pathogenic organisms, such as Staphylococci or Salmonella, can be initiated if there is a concern about the occurrence disease and transmitted asymptomatic carrier. A special surveillance program can be developed to identify specific disease among high-risk population, who will derive the greatest benefit from particular prevention measure. For example, this has been used for both meningococcal and pneumococcal disease, for which specific effective vaccine have been developed and are now recommended for the use among specific highly susceptible population. Once the data have been collected, they must be collated and analyzed at regular intervals. These methods provide a more realistic appraisal of the impact of the disease occurrence upon a population. التحضير مرة واحدة في اليوم يا أخوان، التحضير مرة واحدة في اليوم، إذا سجلت اسمك في الرابط خلاص ما يحتاج، بس لأنه في بعض الزملاء ما شافوا الرابط، فنحط الرابط مرة واثنين وثلاثة علشان اللي ما شافه يحضر، بس هذا السبب يعني. Some of these methods include calculating years of potential life lost, number of cases of disease per exposure day, and number of cases of the disease per procedure performed. As surveillance become more complex and more data are handled, computerization of the data may be desirable and necessary. A previously stated surveillance data can be entered directly into the computer by the reporting office. There are software programs available that can analyze the surveillance data and prepare figures summarizing this analysis. The frequency, type, and complexity of the analysis are dependent on the use of summary data. Routine surveillance programs may require analysis at monthly or weekly intervals. In epidemic circumstances, it may be necessary to overview the surveillance data. The data should be analyzed according to the three key epidemiological variables: time, place, and person. When characterizing the data by time, there are 4 trends to consider. The first is the secular trend, which refers to the course of the disease over a prolonged period of time. The decreasing secular trend of the infection disease can be a result of the interaction of various factors. The periodic trends, which is a second time trend to consider. For example, in considering pertussis, periodic increase in incidence approximately every 5 years can be seen on the background of the overall secular trends of decreasing incidence of the disease. The periodic trends represent variations in the level of immunity. The third trend is that of annual variation, which frequently represent a seasonal pattern. Additionally, the frequency of picnics and the lack of refrigeration add to the increased opportunity for small doses of agents to multiply to infectious doses. التحذير مرة واحدة يا اخوان. التحذير مرة واحدة. This has been التحذير مرة واحدة في اليوم يا اخوان. This has been seen when cases related to a common source are scattered over several health justification. For example, salmonella contaminated food may result in the occurrence of case over distribution route of the food. Thus, surveillance can serve as an early warning system for epidemic. When surveillance data are analyzed for time trends, it is necessary to compare these data with the data collected over the past years to accurately interpret and correct patterns of the occurrence of the disease. Otherwise, changes in the occurrence of the disease may not be definable as being either normal or unusual variations. The place of interest could be determined by whether there is interest in the control of the current occurrence of the disease or in the prevention of future cases. Control measures directed at the site whether the host came into contact with the agent can lead to control of additional similar cases immediately related to the initial case. For example, if a food is contaminated with salmonella in the factory where it is prepared and exposure of the host occurs in the restaurant serving that food, then closing the restaurant will not prevent cases from occurring in association with another restaurant. Prevention of future cases can be accomplished by eliminating the source of contamination, in this instance, at food processing plant. Person factors to be defined in analyzing surveillance data may include age, sex, nationality, level of immunity, nutrition, lifestyle. The evaluation of these factors is frequently referred to as a risk factors. It is important and further describing the occurrence of the disease. For example, in evaluating cases of brucellosis, knowing that RB2 personnel who work on the kill floor are at higher risk of developing disease. And maintaining surveillance of avian influenza, it is important to determine if the patient had contact with avians or it could be a result of person-to-person transmission. The control and prevention of measures can be discussed. Surveillance reports can also serve to alert the reader to impending problems, newer methods of control and prevention, current investigations, and new information developed from research or field investigation. They can also serve to stimulate better reporting by healthcare practitioners. Reports are usually prepared at regular intervals, such as weekly, monthly, quarterly, or annually. The frequency should reflect the interest in the data, as well as the need of distribution of data related to control and prevention of ACT. During an epidemic, an immediate dissemination of data may be critical to stimulate reporting and to the institution of appropriate control measures, thus daily or weekly reporting may be indicated. Rapid dissemination of information over a wide area may be of such critical importance that the use of public news media should be considered. Once a surveillance program has been developed and has been in operation for several years, it should be reviewed and evaluated. Even though the program is operational, it should not be assumed that it is effectively meeting the objective of surveillance activity. Surveillance of a disease is dependent on a series of events that, if not followed, may prevent the case from being reported. Events include that the disease be severe enough that medical attention is sought, and if sought, must be available. There is a need to be consistent in the case of definition and a collection of data and mechanism of reporting. Any alterations in these events may change the apparent pattern of the disease. The consistency and the stability of the occurrence of these events are vital to the development of reliable surveillance data. In addition to recognition of clinical cases, there may be many infected persons with mild or subclinical illnesses that are not noted in the routine surveillance system. For these cases to be noted, laboratory studies of the distribution of the organism or antibody it will be required. I think that was the last slide. Any question, إخوان? أي سؤال? Any question? Thank you Wael. معلش علق الصوت عندي يا اخوان. ريان thank you very much. معاف. Iyam, thank you all of you. Dr. Salim, yes, Ahlam, we'll have the material. We'll send you the PDF at the end of the course. محمد, باهية, فاطمة, thank you very much. محمد, إيمان, عدد المحاضرات باقي 2 بعد المغرب و2 بعد العشاء إن شاء الله. شكرا عواطف, thank you very much. Samir, thank you. Nawal, thank you very much. Ahmed, Mona, thank you very much. Muhammad, thank you very much. Asma, thank you. محمد والله ما أعرف إذا طلعت من نفس الجهاز يعني أقصد إذا دخلت من جهاز ثاني ما أعرف والله, الأدمن يجاوبون إن شاء الله. مريم, عوض, زينب, سلمان, هالة, نوف, أفراح, thank you very much all of you. شكرا محمد for understanding. طيب يا إخوان, we will go to the next presentation. It will be a video presentation. We have already the PowerPoint, but hopefully the video will be more. التحضير مرة واحدة في اليوم, نعم.
So good morning, everyone. All, you've almost come to the end of your classes from microbiology, and there'll be only few more classes left. So we have finished, all the syndromes, everything. So this is today's age. What we need to know is, epidemiology of a disease. All of you know, okay? What is epidemiology of a disease? Now, when we use this term, molecular epidemiology of infectious diseases, okay, this is a new term, not very new. In the recent past, we have been using it very frequently, where we use molecular tools, okay, to find out, okay, how the particular pathogen behaves, or whatever it is. For example, right now we have the SARS-CoV-2 pandemic. In this SARS-CoV-2 pandemic, what is happening is that you must have seen in the papers, and maybe both non-scientific as well as scientific papers, that the strain which is there in Italy is different from the strain which is there in America, or the one which is there in India. Recently, I saw in the news that there was a person traveling from India going to Malaysia, and he was incubating the SARS-CoV-2, and when he went there, he was penalized because without getting his report, he had gone everywhere. And they said that this strain which he brought, the SARS-CoV-2 strain which he brought from Chennai, is a deadly strain which is more fatal. Okay, so that is how this epidemiology is important. We need to know, okay, most of us know how the pathogen is behaving, but we need to know whether this is belonging to that same group of, okay, same group of viruses, or same group definitely, but how is it different from the one which is in different geographical areas, or different hospitals, or different states in the country. Okay, for all the diseases, you will see that we very often mention that that strain is very fatal, that strain is very virulent. So this is it.
طيب يا اخوان, it seems to be there is a technical issue with this video, so we'll move to the PowerPoint presentation. Molecular biology, epidemiology is now established discipline in epidemiology. And it is a contemporary stage in the evolution of laboratory-based epidemiology that have been begun the discovery in late 18th century. Molecular epidemiology uses new molecular biology tools to address questions difficult or not possible to address by old laboratory tools. Just as a statistical tool has become indispensable in epidemiological investigation and interpretation of the epidemiological data, molecular biology tools today have come to elucidate epidemiological features. It should be emphasized that outset molecular biology methods are no more special than any other methods, laboratory or non-laboratory. Curiously, however, when biochemical laboratories methods are used to characterize organisms in the epidemiological investigation, we do not use the term biochemical epidemiology. This is probably a result from a peculiar human habits of glorifying certain characteristics over others. In truth, molecular biology methods are nothing more than one of many tools used in epidemiology to order data into separate units or strata so that they become amenable for different types of analytical procedure. Most of the conventional laboratory typing methods fall into phenotypic methods. Strain typing methods based on genotype rely on analysis of nucleic acid contents and gene sequence polymorphism. And nowadays, with routine applications of molecular biology, the distinction between conventional and molecular biology laboratory techniques may no longer be meaningful. Many standard strain typing procedures today are built upon layers of tests that include both molecular and non-molecular biology techniques. The first step in data stratification as applied to bacterial infectious disease agent is differentiating pathogens from normal commensal or saprophytic bacterial organisms. Commensal organisms reside, metabolize, and replicate in healthy immunocompetent hosts without causing disease. A saprophyte is a type of microorganisms that grow normally on dead matter. Microorganism characteristics used to define species include growth, morphological, biochemical, and serological functional physiological properties. So how to differentiate between growth and morphological characteristics? They can be classified according to whether they grow at all or the way they grow on solid agar culture plates or liquid media. Biochemical tests used to differentiate bacteria are based on organism metabolic activities, strain differentiated by a panel of a biochemical test group into biotype, and the tests are thus referred to as biotype tests. In developed countries, these tests have come to rely on kits and automated systems facilitating rapid turnover. However, the large number of tests often needed to subtype strain renders biochemical classification of pathogens expensive. The genus Salmonella is biochemically separated into species and subspecies. They are further subtyped serologically according to their O and H antigen, unlike E. coli serotype. Salmonella enterica species, enterica subspecies 1 serotype are given a descriptive name rather than a numerical designation. nearly 1,500 serotype of Salmonella enterica subspecies. 1 are currently recognized. One limitation of serotype is that different strains from the same species or even strains are used to characterize organisms in epidemiological investigation. From some reasons, when molecular biology methods are used in epidemiological study, the study is described as molecular epidemiology. This probably results from a peculiar human habits of glorifying certain characteristics over others. All laboratory-based methods use type microorganisms typing system fall into phenotypic and genotypic methods as described by Marcelo et al., Turnover et al., and Depoma. Most of the conventional laboratory typing methods fall into phenotypic methods, which are based on the detection of phenotype and characteristics displayed by an organism. Strain typing methods based on genotype rely on analysis of nucleic acid contents and gene sequence polymorphism. Nowadays, with routine applications of molecular biology tests, the distinction between conventional and molecular biology laboratory techniques may no longer be meaningful. Many standard strain typing procedures today are built upon layers of tests that include both molecular and non-molecular biology techniques. The first step in data stratification as applied to bacterial infection disease agent is the differentiation pathogen from normal commensal to or subprophytical bacterial organism. Commensal organisms reside, metabolize, and replicate in a healthy immunocompetent host without causing disease. They colonize the skin, mouth, nasopharynx, gastrointestinal, vaginal mucosa, and others. Saprophytes is a type of microorganism that grows normally on dead matters and hence is found in the environment. This initial step separates organisms into species. Microorganism characteristics used to define species include growth, morphological, biochemical, serological, functional, and physiological properties. Difference in nutrition requirements of a bacterial organism determine their growth characteristics. They can be classified according to whether they grow at all, or the way they grow on a solid agar culture plates or on liquid media. They are also differentiated by the way they stain, as observed under light microscope on their shape and size, as observed under electron microscope. Biochemical tests used to differentiate bacteria are based on the organism's metabolic activities. Strains differentiate by panel of biochemical test groups into biotypes, and the tests are thus referred to as biotype. The discriminative power of biotype tests depends on the number of biochemical tests used to subtype strains. In developed countries, these tests have come to rely on a kind of automated system, facilitating rapid turnover. Another frequently used phenotype method is based on characteristic antigen-specific serological antibody response induced by invading organisms in the mammalian host. A numerical designation is assigned to E. coli strain carrying a characteristic of polysaccharide. The same strain, a further subtype based on flagellar protein, is classified serotype. They are further subtypes serologically according to their O and H antigen. The specific serotype or serotyping assay include bacterial agglutinin test. One limitation of serotype is that genotype or nucleic based on nucleic acid sequence difference in chromosomal or extra chromosomal nucleic acid content. This allows for the use of common equipment and standard reagent to analyze many different types of infectious disease. For bacterial plasmid are the extra chromosomal DNA elements used to type strains. يا اخوان بعض الزملاء يسال يقول ليش احيانا بتوقف واحيانا بتقرا بسرعه؟ انا بعطيكم المحاضره بنفس الوقت بقرا الشات بوكس وبنفس الوقت بقرا الكويستشن اند انسر يا اخوان. sometimes هذا هو سبب الوقوف، احيانا نص دقيقه دقيقتين بحاول اتابع معاكم في الشات بوكس الاسئله واذا في اي كومنت. فشيء طبيعي انه بوقف فتره. In fungi or protozoa, extra chromosomal elements used for typing may include mitochondria or chenoplast. There is a question by one of our colleagues here in the question and answer about why do I stop for a while, then I go and read in a hurry. And I think the answer, because I'm giving a lecture, but at the same time, I'm reading the chat box and reading the question and answer. So I have to have like 30 seconds or 1 minute to go to the chat box and read what is written in the chat box. Because sometimes maybe the net is connected, maybe there is no sound, maybe there is no video. So I have to go through the chat box and leave the lecture for some time. And that's why there is a silence for 30 seconds, 1 minute, maybe 2 minutes if the chat box is full. Nucleic acid and protein are negatively charged plasmid, thus they can be resolved electrophoretically and agarose gel matrix according to molecular weight. In this separation of this molecule depend on their drag through the gel matrix as they migrate toward the positive charge pool. Large molecular weight plasmid migrate more slowly in the gel matrix then low molecular weight plasmid, that's depending on the number of the different molecular weight plasmid. بالنسبة للصلاة يا إخوان على الساعة تقريبا 6:03 أو 6:15 بنخلص المحاضرة يا إخوان we'll have a break for Maghrib prayer إن شاء الله. They found that 9 outbreaks in which non-outbreak isolates were examined. The placement profile analysis one drawback of the technique is that procedure depends on the presence of at least one plasmid of the bacteria. خمسين دقيقة يا أخي اللي في جدة ومكة بس اللي في الشرقية إيش ذنبهم يا أخي الله يحفظك. If isolates carry only one or two plasmid, the patterns generate will not be sufficiently discriminating enough to distinguish the strains as related to unrelated isolates that contain only one or two plasmid of identical molecular weight. Another potential problem with this method is that placement and prolonged storage of bacteria can be spontaneously lost, which can affect the periodicity of the typing of the method. Although plasmid profiles are relatively easy to perform and interpret, it does require laboratory equipped for basic molecular biology techniques, including DNA. Although plasmid profiles are relatively easy to perform and interpret, it does require laboratory equipment for basic molecular biology. In genome-based typing methods, the entire genetic content of the microorganism is compared among different strains. There are three basic genome-based typing methods used in epidemiological investigation, which are based on allelic differences that occur within restrictions and the nucleases recognition. The later two methods have only recently begun to apply to epidemiology. Bacterial organisms express enzyme called restrictions endonucleases that recognize unique sequences of several nucleotide in length and cut the DNA molecule at a specific position. They are called restriction enzyme because bacteria use this enzyme to eliminate restrict foreign DNA accidentally introduced into them. Thus, one enzyme may generate distinction sets of DNA fragments from two different strains if the strain have sequence difference of the corresponding restriction site. Comparison of electrophoretic patterns based on the number and difference in molecular weight of the cut DNA fragments is called restriction endonucleic nuclease analysis. Enzymes that cut DNA molecules at recognition sites that occur frequently throughout microorganisms, some chromosomes are colloquially referred to as frequent cutters. Electrophoresis of DNA fragments generated of such enzyme will produce thousands of overlapping bands upon gel electrophoresis. Two different ways have been developed to overcome this limitation. Certain blood hybridization analysis named after its developer. DNA fragments separated in agarose gel are first transferred into a piece of nitrocellulose or nylon membrane. This probe-based detection of target DNA fragments is called hybridization of the organism of interest, harbor more than one copy of target DNA. Of course, the number of such visualizable bands will be few and will not be obscured by the other fragments of the membrane which cannot be visualized because they do not hybridized to the probe. This allows for comparison and interpretation of the band pattern. These methods have been applied to subtype a wide variety of bacterial organisms. One limitation of this approach is that DNA sequence selected as a target of hybridization probe. Another drawback of the RFLP analysis followed by hybridization is that it requires specialized differences or research approaches to perform. Ribosomal RNA sequences are highly conserved especially within members of the same genus. One study found that E. coli isolates obtained from widely separate geographic areas shared identical ribotype. At least 6 common epidemiological concerns related to bacterial infectious disease are addressed in the genotype test, characterizing distribution and dynamic of disease transmission in a geographically widespread area, identifying and quantifying risk of sporadic occurrence of infectious disease, stratifying data to refine epidemiological study design, distinguishing pathogors from non-pathogors, addressing hospital and institutional infectious disease, identifying genetic determinants of disease transmission. Much of the literature that applies molecular biology tools to genotype bacterial pathogen. Of course, it's an important component of epidemiology, but unfortunately, these types of studies are somewhat limited to their ability to provide good understanding. When no other types of data are collected, the analysis of isolates is limited to just describing a number of clones and proportion of each clone to contribute to the study collection. Unfortunately, these type of data contribute little to public health for molecular epidemiology to be truly relevant. The right question needs to be asked first before any strains are genotyped. Tracking a strain from place to place and over time is one application of molecular biology techniques, but such application is not sufficient to address important and relevant questions about disease transmission. When a disease occurs as a part of a recognized outbreak, it is possible to identify vehicles or risk factors for that illness. This is because the outbreak analysis الشاشة واضحة يا إخوان، المحاضرات واضحة، السلايدات واضحة يا إخوان. طيب أخت عواطف بالله شوف الموضوع عندك يعني شكله تكنيكال. طيب شكرا يا إخوان، شكرا نوف بندر عبد الله أنوار, thank you very much. This is because an outbreak analytical study can be designed to implicate a source or reservoir of infectious agent. If the risk factor or a vehicle of outbreak is identified, the number of cases in that outbreak attributable to that risk factor can be calculated. If an outbreak, this would be 100% minus the outbreak disease prevalence for that place. Unfortunately, in places like the United States, it is estimated that reports less than 20% of reported cases of waterborne disease like salmonella come from recognized outbreak. اي اكيد عبد الله، اكيد ان النت ضعيف عند بعض الاخوان، واحيانا عندنا يكون، تعرف الشبكه مره تروح وتجي، طبيعي يا اخوان طبيعي. Molecular epidemiology should not be regarded as just another technique or a tool, but as an established discipline in epidemiology that can advance our knowledge about infectious disease in a way that were not previously possible. Molecular epidemiology has begun to challenge old notions and reveal new paradigms concerning epidemiology of infectious disease. The literature is vast, and molecular epidemiological methods are now a major component of most laboratory-based infectious disease epidemiological studies. However, it is constantly evolving discipline and should continue to provide new insight into elucidating epidemiology of infectious disease in the future. I think that was the last slide. Any question, إخوان؟ أي سؤال يا إخوان؟ شكرا زينب، شكرا فاطمة، رحاب، عبد الله، سلطان، thank you. ماهر، ايام thank you very much. شيماء، رباح thank you. علي thank you very much. سلمان، تماضر، نورة، أحمد thank you all of you. ماهر، رائد thank you very much. سارة، فواز thank you very much. رابط التسجيل يا إخوان موجود فوق، وممكن ينزلوه الإخوان بعد شوي. سلاف thank you. شاعل thank you أو مشعل. السيد thank you very much. بندر thank you very much. جين، كارن thank you. الرابط التحضير يا إخوان. عبد الله، محمد، رابط التحضير يا إخوان. لا اليوم لا، إحنا باقي يا إخوان، ما نخلص الساعة تقريبا بين 10 و11، ما خلصنا باقي. تهاني thank you very much. لا اللي حضر مرة واحدة كافي، بس اللي ما حضر يحضر. بيان thank you very much. عبد الله الحربي thank you. وليد thank you very much. دكتور هاجر thank you. آية thank you very much. دكتور إيمان thank you. نجلة thank you. طيب يا إخوان we will go to صلاة المغرب. معلش يا إخوان يعني أعطيناكم وقت زيادة علشان إن شاء الله الجميع يلحق على الصلاة، فأنا أراكم على خير الساعة 7:10 تقريبا، بعد 40 دقيقة إن شاء الله. لا ما يحتاج، اللي يحضر مرة واحدة ما يحتاج يا إخوان، بس لا تطلع من الزوم، خليك في الزوم. أهم حاجة ما تطلع من الزوم يا إخوان، تحط الزوم سايلنت وتروح تصلي وتخليه شغال، لأنه إذا طلعت يبدأ يحسب عليك الوقت، فخلي الزوم شغال يا إخوان. إيه ما في مشكلة يا إخوان، اللي فصل النت ورجع ما عادي، ما في مشكلة، بس يرجع على طول يعني. التحضير موجود، الرابط فوق يا سماح. طلع الزوم ادخل مرة ثانية، هذا رابط التحضير يا إخوان. اللي ما حضر، اللي ما حضر يا إخوان، رابط التحضير في الشات بوكس. سيف الدين thank you very much. لا ما في مشكلة يا شهداء، أهم شيء إذا طلعت من الزوم ارجعي مرة ثانية. وتأكد يا دكتور سالم إنه الاسم في الزوم في الجهاز الأول نفسه نفس اللي في الجهاز الثاني، ما يكون اسم مختلف. النيك نيم، اليوزر نيم يعني. طيب يا إخوان، نراكم على خير إن شاء الله على الساعة 7 و10 إن شاء الله. Welcome back, everybody. We are going to start our next presentation soon. Just give me 1 minute. تحضير مرة واحدة يا اخوان، تحضير مرة واحدة. اللي حضر في الرابط مرة واحدة اليوم خلاص كافي مرة واحدة. Our topic is about epidemiology of bacterial resistance. We have a video we'll present it soon, but we'll start with some slides here. Infectious diseases have continuously played a role in shaping human history. The plague pandemic in the 13th century claimed approximately 25% of the world population. Dysentery decimated the forces of Napoleon, and the tuberculosis as known a white plague. Thus, it was assumed that the introduction of antimicrobial agents into clinical medicine during the 20th century, the consequences of the infection was likely to close at hand. Yet closer examination of the medical literature beginning 1940s revealed an ominous trend that would repeat it over and over again throughout the next several decades. The discovery of virtually every new antimicrobial agent effective against bacteria was followed sooner or later by recognition of bacteria resistant to the agent. Even while wonder, drug penicillin was making headlines by providing dramatic cure of patients with bacterial sepsis, gonorrhea, and other illnesses, strains showing resistance to the drug were already becoming apparent. Mycobacterial tuberculosis strains recovered from patients who failed therapy were now resistant in vitro to antimicrobial agents. They were given this problem persists today. Today, there are no antimicrobial agents used in human medicine for which resistance in at least one target organism has not been recognized. The paradigm of antibacterial agents is the resistant follow use and the widespread use or misuse of a drug will eventually lead to its loss of effectiveness for treating a human illness. In some cases, resistance appears quickly. For example, resistance to the semi-synthetic drug methicillin developed in Staph aureus just a few years after its introduction. However, for other drugs, organism combinations such as vancomycin and Enterococci faecium, almost 30 years passed between the introduction of the drug into human use and the emergence of resistance. We'll show you a video now about the antimicrobial resistant. I hope it will be beneficial to you.
As Kevin said, I work at the Center for Dynamic Economics and Policy, and I'm also an assistant professor at Johns Hopkins. I'm going to talk to you today about the ecology and economics of antibiotic resistance. So I've got a number of slides. I'm going to try to go a little quickly through the first part. It's a little bit more of an overview of sort of the burden and the problems of antibiotic resistance, and then move into sort of the issues of how to deal with these problems. I'm going to start by talking about the problem of and the burden of antibiotic resistance and how it's growing. While we talk a lot about what this burden is, sort of a little bit unclear as to exactly what the magnitude of that problem is. So this is a recent CDC report. This was the big cover, which talked about that there were about 2 million illnesses related to antibiotic resistance and 23,000 deaths. And if you go down into the report, this is what they break down by the different pathogens. And so you can see that strep pneumo is about 1.2 million infections and causes 7,000 deaths, whereas methicillin-resistant Staph aureus causes about 80,000 infections and 11,000 deaths. And the question that comes out of this is, what is the best measure of this burden, though? I mean, is the number of infections or the number of deaths the most important thing? Or is the fact that you have something like CRE, which is carbapenem-resistant enterococci, which is causing a lot of infections now and it's starting to become a much bigger problem going forward? Is that a bigger problem? So how do we talk about what is the best measure of the burden? That was from the U.S. If you compare the U.S. to other countries, on the left we have the European Union, which has a population a little bit greater than the U.S. and has, on average, about the same number of deaths estimated, whereas Thailand has significantly more deaths per capita due to antimicrobial resistance. These are the best estimates that I can find. There aren't significantly more for many other countries at the moment. But if you look at the interesting thing here is you look at the societal costs. So for the EU, it estimates that there's approximately 1.5 billion per year in societal costs, whereas the US estimates between 20 and 35 billion. Those numbers are not exactly similar. So if we go and understand where these come from, and what does it mean societal costs? So for the European Union, they measure that there's extra in-hospital costs, so the extra costs for keeping someone in the hospital from having an antibiotic-resistant infection, there's extra outpatient costs, there's productivity losses due to absence from work, and productivity losses due to patients who die from their infections. For the U.S., if you assume the CDC number of 2 million infections, that 20 billion that they estimate as due to antimicrobial resistance in terms of societal costs results in about 10,000 extra per infection. For Europe, that would only be about $750 extra per infection based on their numbers. But the CDC number is based on one single hospital in which they measured costs for 1,000 patients. And those costs ended up being about 3 to 4 million for the hospital, 7 to 9 million for mortality, some for lost productivity. So that's where they get those numbers from. So you understand, like, none of these numbers are exact. It's not really clear as to exactly what the cost of resistance is, but it seems to be pretty large. So these are sampling of a bunch of other papers that looked at what are the excess costs for patients. And these are primarily patients in the hospital for getting an antibiotic-resistant infection. And you can see that those numbers range from a couple $100 to many thousands of dollars. So this is a pretty big problem. What exactly the measure of the problem is maybe not be 100% clear, but it's a pretty big problem. And none of these actually consider other problems. So one issue is that kids get otitis media a lot, and they're treated a lot, and the drugs that are used to treat them have gone up significantly in cost over the last. So this is an older figure. It only goes up through 1996, but you can imagine it's pretty similar going forward. So these are the regular drugs that are used to treat kids, and what happens is that the regular drugs that they were using, resistance has emerged to a lot of them, and so now you're treating people with these more expensive drugs, even though the older drugs might still work. Everyone just sort of treats with the newer drugs. So you have additional costs associated with antibiotic resistance that may not even be captured by some of the regular measures. So we're talking a lot about the burden in terms of numbers. You can see that this is also a significantly growing problem, right? So this is E. coli resistance to a number of common antibiotics. You can see that this is going up. And so this is off Resistance Map, which is CDEP website that we created. So you can go there and you can look at different drugs and bug combinations for resistance. This is directly off the site. So you can see that resistance has been increasing for E. coli resistance. It's also been increasing for Klebsiella pneumonia. And the worrying one, obviously, is down here, which is the carbapenems. So this increasing resistance to carbapenems, to basically, which is one of our last line of drugs to treat these types of infections. And growing resistance is a significant problem going forward for those infections. This isn't also just a U.S. problem. This is also a global problem. So this is MRSA data from the CDEP's recent publication on the state of the world's antibiotics. And you can see that resistance to MRSA is a significant problem in the U.S., but also in large parts of Latin America, parts of Asia, parts of Europe, and even the parts of Africa where we're able to measure it. So in many places you can see also gray where we don't even have measurement. So this is a significant problem. antibiotic resistance, and it's not just a U.S. problem; it's a global problem. And while this is mainly about antibiotics, this talk, I just want to mention the fact that antimicrobial resistance, it does not just mean antibiotics. We also have tuberculosis, which is a bacteria, but it's usually not considered when talking about antibiotic resistance. You have malaria, so those are parasites that have you have significant resistance problems in treating malaria infections worldwide, and HIV and influenza with also significant problems with resistance. So this is sort of a common thread across all of these sort of anti-infectives, that you have problems with resistance and how to deal with them. So this is just a couple of final words on sort of the problems of antimicrobial resistance. This is from the UK's review on antimicrobial resistance. And they estimate that right now there's about 700,000 antimicrobial resistant infections in the world yearly, and that by 2050 this could increase to as much as 10 million, making it significantly greater in terms of the scope than cancer, cholera, and other major problems that we consider issues now. And they also tried to estimate the economic cost of that. It's a pretty wide range on that, but the total GDP loss that they're estimating could be as high as $100 trillion. So there's a major problem with antibiotic resistance, and the problems stem from numerous issues. Largely, they stem from use. So one of the big things we have now is that in many parts of the world, you're having increasing incomes and increasing access to antibiotics. And that's really good because it's saving lives, but they're not a good substitute for public health. So this is data from CDEP from a paper in the Lancet, which shows growth in global consumption of antibiotics between 2000 and 2010. And you can see that the US may have gone marginally down a little bit, and Europe, but mainly this is just because we're looking at the comparison between 2000 and 2010. And 2010 was a slightly odd year because you actually had no flu that year, really, in the US. The flu came through in 2009, if you remember, from the global pandemic, and then came through again the next year, not until the winter of 2011. So you didn't have a big flu season, and unfortunately, flu season is often highly correlated with antibiotic consumption because people treat the flu with antibiotics, which is not really a good thing. And so you can see that other than some sort of small declines in those areas, much of the rest of the world saw big increases in antibiotic use. And again, these gray areas are places that don't have data. And you can see that this problem is increasing. Antibiotic consumption is increasingly large in developing countries. So you have French West Africa, Brazil, China, India, and Pakistan have all had pretty large increases in the amount of antibiotics in total they're consuming over time. And these numbers have actually just grown since 2014. I have just recently got new data on that, but I have not been able to make the new slide yet. And you can see that those numbers are now approaching, in some cases, and are above places from the West. Right? So Pakistan now has antibiotic consumption per capita that rivals the US and France. And India is increasing and nearing towards where Norway is. So these middle income and low income countries, which have not used antibiotics as much as sort of the Western based countries have in the last 10 years, are now increasing their use because they have increasing income in order to access those drugs. And this isn't just for sort of basic drugs like penicillin or amoxicillin, but it's for things like extended spectrum macrolide use. So that's increasing in places like Brazil and India. We also have carbapenem use is increasing. So this is increased significantly in the US hospitals, but also in other hospitals in developing countries, such as Vietnam and China. But we also have carbapenems that are sold on the retail market, and this is primarily in developing countries. Interestingly, this huge jump in use in India is related primarily to pharopenem, which is a newer carbapenem. Well, it's actually not that new. It was approved in Japan, but it's not approved for use in the US and Europe at the moment. So that's why you don't have these big increases. But it's a cheaper carbapenem that's available as an oral formulation. So the reason these countries are increasing their use of antibiotics is because bacterial diseases are still major killers in developing countries. And this is primarily, again, partly because of a lack of access to antibiotics. On the x-axis, you have the increasing deaths from children, number of deaths from children due to pneumococcal. And on the right, you have the number of children under 5 years. And you can see that while India and China have made some progress, so they're not way out on the end in terms of death, they're still pretty high in deaths and account for a huge number because of the large number of children they have in those countries. The problem, though, is that some of the issues related to antibiotics and what we're asking them to do is not what they're theoretically intended to do. So this curve shows the disease mortality in the United States. You can see up here at the top point, this is the influenza 1918 pandemic, but you can see here that the mortality rate, so this is the mortality rate in the US, has been dropping over time. And it takes until 1940s till you get to the first use of penicillin. The mortality rate is already at under 200 or 100,000 already, and you can see you get under 100 before vaccines have started to be introduced. So this just shows that there's a lot that can be done to reduce mortality rate that is not just related to antibiotics. But unfortunately, in many countries, you can see here, Sub-Saharan Africa and South Asia have much higher mortality rates than the US does when they introduce penicillin, but yet they are increasing use of antibiotics rapidly. And in some cases, in theory, I guess, using it as a substitute for immunization and infection control and or water sanitation improvements. So there's a lot that we're asking of antibiotics that we shouldn't be asking of antibiotics to do. So I've told you a lot about the burden of antibiotics. I've told you a lot about how antibiotic use has been increasing both in the US and worldwide. And what I'm going to show you now is how these things are related. So this is data from Europe, and you can see on the bottom you have all the European countries and their rates of antimicrobial use as on the y-axis. And if you look, this is then overlaid now is drug resistant. So this is outpatient use of penicillin on the x-axis and percentage of non-susceptible penicillin isolate on the y-axis. And you can see that the Netherlands, which has the lowest rate, is all the way down the bottom, has the fewest resistant infections. And France, which is all the way at the other end, has some of the highest rates of resistant infections. So there's a strong relationship between the use of antibiotics, even on the scale of just a country, not just worldwide. This is from the US, and you can see on the left is antibiotic use, which goes up and down. And so you can pretty much pick out the peak of every winter, pretty much also consistently close to the peak of flu season every year. And you can see that the amount of antibiotic use varies dramatically between the summer and the winter. And if you plot that against data for resistance, you can see that resistance actually changes on the same sort of time scale and almost as rapidly as the use of antibiotics does. So use of antibiotics is highly related to resistance of antibiotics. And so the questions are sort of how do we then go about dealing with these problems of the global burden of resistance, both in the US and elsewhere. So there's a number of drivers of antibiotic use that relate to incentives and behaviors of patients, physicians, pharmaceutical companies, payers, and the healthcare institutions. So we'll start with the patients. We've all had children who have needed antibiotics, or we have needed antibiotics. And what we've found, and what a lot of people have shown, is that expectations of patients when they walk into the doctor's office matter for whether or not they're going to get a prescription. Patients are more likely to get a prescription if they expect antibiotics. And conversely, physicians are more likely to give a prescription if they believe a patient expects antibiotics, regardless of whether the patient expects it, right? And so it turns out that physicians actually aren't very good at knowing whether patients expect antibiotics, but if patients do expect them, then they're more likely to get them, even if they don't verbalize that. So what drives these patient expectations? So the major common idea that is propagated by the CDC and by many doctors is that patients just don't know the difference between bacteria and viruses. They're the same thing. So if you look at most of the literature and you look at most of the education for patients, it's mainly around the fact that antibiotics are good for bacteria, but not good for viruses. Well, it turns out we've done a study, and it's actually, there are a number of other possibilities in terms of how people think about antibiotics and what drives their expectations. So one of this is the idea of why not take a risk? So I don't know if antibiotics will make me better, but it's better to be safe than sorry, so I should take them. And it turns out, and there's a couple of others, prior knowledge. So I got better the last time I took antibiotics. The WebMD idea, which is someone, either the internet or a friend, told me that antibiotics will make me better. Trust, so I trust the doctor to give me antibiotics if I'm sick. Seriousness, that the doctor takes me seriously, they will give me a prescription, and the expectation that I like to call veni vidi vici, that I came here to the doctor so I should get a prescription. So it's the only thing that sort of makes it worth me having come to the doctor. So we actually tested all of these expectations. It turns out that basically everybody from physicians and patients have the dominant idea is this, why not take a risk? So this is motivated by the psychological theory called fuzzy trace theory, which basically has the idea that patients think in two manners, either verbatim, so that is 1% of antibiotics will be useful versus GIST-based, which is only a few antibiotics will be useful, or antibiotics will only be useful a little bit of the time, right? So it's this idea of how people think is they actually rarely think in verbatim, but they usually translate verbatim into GIST. So when I say 1% of antibiotic use is not effective, some people will hear that as not very much. Some people will hear that as, well, I must be in that 1%. That's how people perceive those numbers. But basically, the why not take a risk idea is that people will stay sick for sure. So people have two options. Either they're going to stay sick for sure, so they're going to avoid taking antibiotics, or maybe they'll stay sick, or maybe they'll get better by taking antibiotics. So given those two options, because that's basically, in essence, how people are thinking about antibiotics, well, they will generally prefer to get better over staying sick. So they're generally going to expect antibiotics. And the underlying assumptions from those two options and those two ideas, that what motivates this is that there is some chance that antibiotics could make them feel better, which is true. There's a chance that what they have might be bacterial in nature, and that antibiotics are essentially harmless to the individual. So there's basically no harm in taking antibiotics. As we know, antibiotics are not entirely harmless. So they can cause a lot of significant secondary infections like C. diff. They can also cause serious problems in terms of anaphylactic shock or other allergic reactions. They're actually one of the most common reasons people visit the emergency department for drug interactions or drug reactions to taking the drug. So there's a lot of possible problems. And then, of course, the one that we're talking about today, which is antibiotic resistance. So it's a major problem in terms of the global problem in terms of antibiotic resistance, but it also, taking antibiotics can predispose individuals to being more likely to get resistant infection. So what that suggests is that in terms of how you look at patient expectations and how you try to modify patient expectations, this paradigm suggests that some of the literature and some of the initiatives to change people's expectations and behavior regarding antibiotics may be based on not the right model of the way people are thinking. And so we've got more research going on in terms of how to look at that, how to more appropriately respond to how people think and expect regarding antibiotics. So in addition to patient expectations, their socioeconomics make a big difference. So we've got some work, and a bunch of other people have done some work which go all the way back into the 70s, which was like a RAND health insurance experiment, which showed that patients that get health insurance are more likely to get prescriptions for antibiotics. And that's partly because they're more likely to go to the doctor, and it's partly because, so it's an access issue, and it's also partly because they're more likely to fill prescriptions that they get because they have health insurance. We've also shown that if supermarkets and chains have occasionally run promotions for free programs related to antibiotics, and we found that also increases the use of antibiotics and increases the use of antibiotics for the ones that are given away free relative to other ones. We've also done some research in terms of looking at access, and patients that are poor in the U.S. socioeconomically are less likely to go to the doctor, obviously. And so they're less likely to get prescriptions. So again, another factor that drives antibiotic prescribing. There's also sort of in the doctor-patient interaction, some people who think that legal ramifications related to how the physician may or may not be sued for not providing antibiotics may also drive some of their decision-making regarding antibiotics. So there's less clear evidence for that. But there is some pretty good evidence that physicians get paid to some extent based on how many patients they see. And there is some evidence that they're more likely to prescribe if they think that patients might not come back if they don't prescribe an antibiotic. So there's things that can drive antibiotic use that may not be related to disease, but may be related to other factors around the question of the demographics or the physician's economics or the patient's economics. And what this all gets to is the fact that largely there is a big gray area. Right? Patient comes in and the doctor may or may not know if they have a bacterial infection. And that gray area is a big question. And because we don't have really good sensitive tests that can tell us for sure whether or not somebody has a bacterial infection. So that's sort of the patient-doctor level. At the hospital level, the hospital has incentives. They actually may use antibiotics as a substitute for infection control. So it's easier to treat an infection than because you can just write a prescription and insurance pays you back for that, than it is to do infection control, which often is not paid for. So hospitals often can have incentives to actually overprescribe antibiotics. And then pharmaceutical companies also have incentives, primary one being patent. And so here you can see this is the black line is Zithromax, and the dotted line is azithromycin, which is the generic form of that. And you can see that the patent expired right there, and immediately generic use increased, and in fact, sort of overtook the amount of original non-prescription drug use that was being prescribed. So, and if you saw from the prior slide, some of that got taken with amoxicillin. So overall, it actually may or may not have increased antibiotic use. So patents can play differing roles. Pharmaceutical companies have very little incentive in terms of managing resistance because their patent expires and then they don't get any money. So I'm going to talk about an economic concept, which is called externality. And externalities are things that occur that are indirectly related to the actual action you're taking. So there's a positive externality for taking antibiotics. Right? So this is a good example. If you take an antibiotic, you're going to get better if you have a bacterial infection, and you're going to be less likely to transmit that disease. So that's a positive externality. Unfortunately, the negative externality, which is the topic of today, is resistance, right? So the more antibiotics you use, the greater the selective pressure placed on bacteria to evolve, and the faster you're going to get resistant. Unfortunately, the big problem is that in the absence of economic incentives for any of the individuals, hospitals, or companies to take account of the negative impact of the use of antibiotics in social welfare, right? So we're not actually taking any account of negative externalities. And this is similar in many ways to gasoline or many of the other natural resources where we don't take into account the negative externality of using oil or using carbon. So now I want to get to the fun part, which is explaining to some extent, what can we do about all these things, right? And unfortunately, there is no silver bullet. So there's no silver bullet for maintaining antibiotic effectiveness or trade-offs to every approach. So the two main mechanisms for maintaining antibiotic effectiveness in the long term are conservation. So these are things to keep antibiotics working over time, or innovation, or developing new antibiotics. But unfortunately, these two approaches are linked in a negative feedback loop. So if you develop new antibiotics, that puts a downward pressure on conservation to maintain antibiotics that we have already, and vice versa. So what are some of these efforts to control things, right? So the first is conservation. So we'll start on that side. And so antimicrobial stewardship is a big issue. So getting hospitals to reduce the use of antibiotics, that particularly unnecessary antibiotics, as well as a large number of outpatient antibiotic prescriptions are considered to be inappropriately prescribed. And we can do some of that by developing new clinically relevant tests that identify both the cause and sensitivity to common antibiotics. Unfortunately, currently, most of those tests take at least 24 to 48 hours, which is not relevant for most doctor visits or an emergency department visit. And many times, even in the hospital, you have to start somebody on antibiotic and wait for these tests to come back. And then if they come back with the right information, you can possibly change the therapy, but that can be very difficult. So this headline is from an article which the best test that's available in terms of looking for bacteria and the cause of an infection and its resistance in a somewhat clinically relevant time frame. But again, 6 hours is still not something that is relevant for a doctor's visit. Vaccines can also be very helpful. So new vaccines, so the strep vaccine has been very helpful in reducing rates of strep, both in the US and around the world. And new vaccines for things like Staph aureus or other bacterial infections or bacterial pathogens would also be effective in reducing rates of antibiotic use. There are other things that we can also do to conserve antibiotics. One is combination therapies that target both essential functions and the resistant factors. So that's something like amoxicillin clavulanate, also known as augmentin. And we can repurpose old drugs to optimize dosing levels and duration and the route of administration. For example, optimize dosing of colistin to reduce toxicity and improve efficacy. And we can also prevent resistance by protecting non-target bacterial flora during treatments. So these are things like probiotics. So getting back to this whole feedback between conservation and innovation, one way that we like to think about it is that antibiotics are like a natural resource. So this is an oil well, and oil has been in the news a lot recently because the cost of discovering new sources of oil becomes more expensive as the resource is depleted. It became much more expensive to develop shale, much more expensive than the old way, both because it's difficult to do and because of increased environmental regulation. But the more you increase incentives for producing more oil, which lowers the price, the less the incentives there are for things like renewables or for Priuses or other hybrid or electric cars. Similarly, new antibiotics are likely to cost more than existing ones because it's harder to discover them, and there's increased regulatory costs in terms of getting an antibiotic approved. But again, just like oil, subsidies for new drug development discourage efforts to improve how existing antibiotics are used. So just to talk a little bit about where we are in terms of the innovation pipeline, unfortunately, this is the graph that everybody likes to show in talking about this, which is the number of new antibiotic bacterial agents that have been approved in the last 20 years. And you can see it's been significantly going down. And although we've had a couple new ones introduced in the last several years, primarily targeted at MRSA skin and soft tissue infections, we don't have that many in the pipeline. And you can see there's a graph showing on the top when new antibiotic classes were introduced, and on the bottom when resistance was discovered. And you can see that pretty much as soon as antibiotics are discovered, resistance emerges to them. And you can also note that there's a large period in here in which we have no development of antibiotics. And this sort of low period in terms of not developing antibiotics has resulted in us having very few new antibiotics being approved going forward. So while development of new antibiotics and conservation are linked in a negative feedback loop, we still want to incentivize companies to produce new antibiotics. We need new antibiotics. And so there's a number of ways that this has been looked at, right? So one is ways to decrease the cost of development. So this is through tax credits or grants or other mechanisms that can reduce or the cost of companies to develop them. The other way is to increase the income linked to producing new antibiotics. So we do this by extending periods of exclusivity that a pharmacy company can sell a drug for. This could be prizes. So the most recent one is the GAIN Act in the United States, which gives an additional 5 years of market exclusivity for specific antibiotics that are targeted for infectious diseases. So in the last couple of slides, I just want to talk about some of the important questions. One that I ask is, do we really need those public subsidies for new antibiotic development, or will the market respond on its own? So this is a graph of the drug prices for different antibiotics. Penicillin cost about 1 cent in 1941. The most recent two drugs that have been introduced, linezolid and daptomycin, cost in the hundreds. So pretty good return on investment. Antibiotics are really useful. If you give somebody who's dying from a bacterial infection antibiotics, you will save their life. So there's a pretty good return in terms of the cost of $155 to save your life. It's not so expensive. Compare this to Sipuleucel T. If anyone hasn't guessed, this is a cancer drug, slightly more expensive than antibiotics. And like many cancer drugs, it is really only going to prolong your life by a small period of time, if anything, right? So many of them will only increase life by a couple of months. Obviously, the goal is for significantly longer, but the cost in terms of what cancer drugs bear and what antibiotics bear in the market are very different. And potentially we want to increase the cost of antibiotics to make them more attractive to companies to produce. So the other thing that we don't really know the answer to is what are some of these impact of public subsidies for new drug development on stewardship. So we don't really know what the impact of producing these new drugs or creating incentives to produce new drugs on stewardship, right? From a theoretical perspective, this should reduce efforts for conservation. And there may be some sort of mindset around physicians that they're less likely to conserve drugs because they know new antibiotics are coming down the pipeline. But we don't actually know about it. And how can we change the rules of the game to incentivize appropriate use of new and existing antibiotics, right? So we don't really know how best to do that. And how do we best balance concerns of access to antibiotics? So we want people with less access to antibiotics to have more access to them, but we want to balance that with the concerns that we have about resistance. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Any question, Ikhwan? Thank you, Hala. Abdul Salam, thank you. Omar, Fatun, thank you very much. Manal, Mu'taz, thank you. Yeah, thank you. Noura Tariq, thank you very much, all of you. Al-Hamidi, Johara, Wael, Sarah, Zahra, Majid, thank you, all of you. Majid, Maher, thank you. شكرا بندر. يوسف، زينب، العنود, thank you. فاطمة, thank you. ابتهاج, Nof, thank you very much. طيب يا اخوان, I think we have to move to the next presentation. So our presentation is about bacterial foodborne disease. Foodborne disease comprises a broad group of illnesses caused by consumption of foods contaminated with toxic substances or pathogenic microorganisms. The agents responsible for foodborne illnesses can be divided into 4 general categories: chemical, parasitic, viral, and bacterial. Only bacteria will be considered in this lecture, and epidemiology, one of the most useful methods is to divide these according to their reservoirs. They are transmitted to human largely through beef, pork, and eggs and poultry. Brucella differs from others in this group that it is usually act as a pathogen in animal. It is transmitted from animal reservoir to human via consumption of milk as well as other routes. Vibrio and Plasmona species all inhabit aquatic environment and are transferred to human through seafood or through water, like cholera and Plasmonas. Finally, there is a group of organisms including Listeria, Clostridium perfringens, Clostridium botulism, and Bacillus, and others originate in the environmental source. Alternatively, organisms can be classified according to their 3 main ways by which they produce illnesses: toxin production prior to consumption, toxin production in vivo, and invasion of host differentiation into the last 2 categories has become complicated in the light of the discoveries of genes of type of 3 and 4 secretion system. Despite this evidence, general assumptions about the predominant mechanism of bacterial pathogens can be made based on incubation period. Organisms, the first category C, botulism and bacteroid series, emetic type illnesses, and Staphylococcus produce toxins as they grow in the food. Because these toxins are completely formed by the time of food is consumed, vomiting or diarrhea due to the later 2 have short incubation period. In the United States, formal surveillance of diarrheal illnesses began in the World War I when state territorial health officers. These activities were instrumental in the encouragement of public health measures have been decreasing the incidence of enteric disease. Foodborne disease outbreak surveillance. Much of our knowledge is about epidemiology about foodborne illnesses come from the investigations of outbreak. Such investigations are associated by state and the local health department in response to requests by consumers or physicians or because of clustering of reported illnesses. The CDC has published guidelines for the confirmation of foodborne outbreaks caused by several etiological agents. There are several limitations of the current systems for reporting outbreaks of foodborne disease. Outbreaks occurring in the cruise ships resulting from indirect transmission by contaminated services or from food eaten outside the United States are excluded. Prior to 1995, data on sporadic diarrheal illnesses was largely obtained through basic surveillance systems. The data provided are numbers of cases, locations, and patient demographic characteristics. There is uncertainty in the number of and the salmonellosis cases that are due to foodborne transmission, although reports suggest this number is almost 95% presented. FoodNet is the primary active surveillance system used to identify sporadic cases of foodborne illnesses. And there is an uncertainty of the number of salmonellosis cases that are due to foodborne transmission, although reports suggest a number between almost 95%. FoodNet grew out of CDC emerging Infectious program and has since expanded to 10 sites. In addition to an SSS, FoodNet specific surveillance system are operational and collect data on Listeria, Vibrio species, and E. coli. According to passive surveillance data, Listeria virifingis, E. coli, Staph aureus are ranked second, third, and fourth in number of cases of bacterial etiology. Observation of incident data since FoodNet was implemented in 1996 suggests that in general, guide incidence was decreasing trend in incidence of foodborne disease through 2004. In contrast, approximately 40% of European infection occurred during winter months. المحاضرة تنتهي بين 10 و 11 يا اخوان. بين 10 و 11 ان شاء الله. However, Listeria is also a problem in the immunocompromised patient as well as in infants and otherwise healthy pregnant women hospitalized. Variation and other problems like in Japan, on the other hand, has very different etiological patterns, probably related to many of the after-mentioned factors. Vibrio-related gastroenteritis, first described in that country, is usually dominant pathogen of foodborne outbreaks. It has been preferred. They performed that classic experiment in volunteers demonstrating that culture filtrates of Staphylococci isolated from a cream-filled sponge cake. The work on enterotoxin produced by Staph aureus has been fundamental to our understanding of this syndrome. Bacillus cereus, one of the first outbreaks implicating anaerobic performing organisms, was described in 1906. After Hoog's report, outbreak of similar illness were described in Northern and Eastern Europe, particularly in Netherlands and Hungary. Clostridium perfringens was first recognized and confirmed in the United States in 1945. Living cultures introduced cramps and bloating in 4 hours and diarrhea several hours later. The major discovery was in 1940, an outbreak of a severe and often lethal intestinal disease, labeled as Enteritis necrocans. Vibrio species and cholera. Researchers realized Vibrio cholera isolated could be divided into 2 groups, those that agglutinated with the serum from cholera patients and those that failed to agglutinate. Other serotypes of Vibrio cholera, non-epidemic Vibrio cholera, are different in that way. In addition to Vibrio cholera, another Parahemolyticus, several other Vibrio species are known to be enteropathogenic. Oromans species, microbiologists have studied Oroman for over a century. Interest in Oromans grew considerably with the first publication in 1968. Plesiomanes was described by Ferguson and Henderson in 1947. The name is derived from the Greek word of neighbor and was chosen because of the close relationship that was thought to exist between the genus and the genus Romanus. So how to control and prevent? The procedure is still done, and the updated inspection system since 1995. This is also endorsed by the National Academy of Science. The FDA also established HASSP regulations for the juicy industry, 2001. The HACCP system provides a rational approach to the control of microbial hazards in the food, which include identification of assessment of hazards associated with the growing, determination of critical control points, establishment of preventive measures with limits, establishment of system to monitor critical and control points, and verification of properly working system. When used as a part of the regulatory system, HACCP is generally combined with microbial and other standards to provide verification of the production process under control. Unresolved problems, like the largest problem in this group of foodborne illnesses, is determining the pathogen that make it up significant number of foodborne disease outbreak with unknown etiology. Lack of stool specimen submission is also a concern. Finally, consumers and industry must be educated on the adverse effects of improper food handling and ways to eliminate bacteria that may already be present in the raw food. I think that was the last slide. We'll show you one video about this. I hope it will be beneficial to you about food poisoning.
acute GI syndromes for the most part. And I like to break it down into syndromes so that we can sort of pinpoint the more likely organisms that are causing infection. So the first, there's 4 general. 1, gastroenteritis, 2, enterocolitis or colitis, 3, the cholera-like ones, and dysentery. And today we're going to look at gastroenteritis and enteritis because we're a little bit short on time. Cover the rest on another occasion. So generally, gastroenteritis is predominantly upper GI symptoms, nausea, vomiting, a little bit of cramps and diarrhea with some of them. They're acute in onset and short in duration, generally self-limited, and patients tend to be afebrile, whose fever is not a prominent issue. The enteritis or colitis syndromes generally don't have any upper symptoms. They're more lower abdominal cramping and diarrhea. Fever may occur. The cholera-like syndromes are pathogens that cause large volumes of watery stool, and the classic cholera causes a rice water stool. And there may or may not be fever involved. And then there's the dysenteries, which cause frequent small volumes of stool with blood and mucus, and frequently cause tenesmus, which is the sensation of having to have a bowel movement but not being able to, sort of a rectal spasm, and they may or may not have fever. So gastroenteritis, for the most part, is caused by a preformed toxin that's ingested in the food and drink. It's already there. It's not produced after it's ingested. It's caused by the growth of bacteria and release of toxin into the food. Incubation period for gastroenteritis tends to be very short, up to 6 hours, but may occur within the hour. The duration usually short, less 12 hours. Usually at the most, less than a day, and fever is very uncommon. The classic, the prototype of food poisoning or gastroenteritis is Staph aureus, and it's most associated with poorly refrigerated dairy products, any creamy type of foods, custards, fillings, pastries with cream fillings, egg salad, mayonnaise, that sort of thing. Tends to be a great place for Staph aureus to grow at the right temperatures. And it's characterized by severe nausea and vomiting, maybe a little bit of diarrhea later on. You feel miserable. And the classic situation is it happens right after a picnic because you have all this mayo and things sitting out for a while. The toxin is heat stable. So if you reheat it, for example, you have something that you need to reheat, that's not going to destroy the toxin. The diagnosis, for the most part, is clinical. Most people get over this by the time they get to a physician, and the scenario is so classic that you don't really need to do a culture of stool or food. But if you were looking, for example, in an outbreak situation, that might be something that would be done just to confirm the cause of the problem. If you were to do a stool gram stain, you would see a lot of white cells and a lot of gram-positive cocci, just as things move on through. And the treatment is supportive measures. The stuff just has to get out. Either you have to vomit it up or it has to go the other way. But once the toxin is gone, things resolve. Secondly, you can have Bacillus cereus, which really causes a very similar syndrome, but it's more likely to be associated with unrefrigerated, boiled, or fried rice. So Chinese restaurant syndrome, another version of Chinese restaurant syndrome besides the MSG. And usually, if you actually were to go to do a culture, Bacillus is a gram-positive rod that is otherwise generally a contaminant. So you might have to notify the lab that you're actually wanting a culture. They might dismiss it, but you're really usually not going to do that. You're not going to do culture. I put botulism in here because really it's a toxin-mediated pathogen doesn't really fit into the gastroenteritis, doesn't really fit into the other ones either, but this was the best place to put it, so we'll talk about it here. Clostridium botulinum produces both an endotoxin and a neurotoxin. The neurotoxin is what makes it unique. The incubation period is half a day to a little bit over a day, and then you develop cramps, blurry vision, often a constipation or an ileus. Fever is not common, and it's associated with home canned foods and proper canning techniques, and raw honey and unpasteurized honey. It is also a preformed toxin that may be found in the stool or food. And the treatment is, again, to get rid of the toxin. Purge the GI tract, unless the patient has an ileus, paralytic ileus. You can also request antitoxin from the CDC. The characteristics, the thing to remember, especially for board purposes, is neonatal botulism. And most parents know this. You don't give honey to an infant because the honey can contain spores of botulism. In the third world, you can have umbilical cord contamination after birth, and that can be a source of neonatal botulism. The characteristics of neonatal botulism are a weak suck or poor feeding, because the muscles are being affected, causing weakness, weak respiratory muscles and respiratory failure. That's the main risk, and the baby can be floppy as well. The neurotoxin essentially causes extreme relaxation or paralysis of muscle. And that's also why you see the blurry vision and the paralytic ileus or constipation. Yeah. Right. That one is probably somewhere in this section. So that's a very characteristic scenario with acute gastroenteritis. So the two pathogens that you should remember are going to be the Staph aureus and Bacillus cereus. Staph aureus is going to be the most common one. The group with enteritis or colitis contains the largest number of possible pathogens. It's going to be the majority of the diarrheal syndromes that you'll see. Over 90% of the non-bacterial causes of enteritis are norovirus or rotavirus. Children get these a lot. Nursing home residents get these a lot. These are the outbreaks that you hear about on the cruise ships periodically, tend to be associated with cool weather. Parasites can cause enteritis and colitis. They tend to be more chronic and don't come in with fulminant symptoms. And enteritis and colitis are characterized by non-bloody diarrhea. That's the majority of the symptoms. What tends to help when you're trying to determine which pathogens are involved is to focus on a history. If your patient presents with less than 6 watery stools a day, maybe a little bit of fever, and they've been sick for less than a week, it's most likely viral, more likely than bacterial, unless they're a traveler. If they have a travel history that tips you over into a different differential. Most of the time, folks aren't going to come in to see you. By the time they come in to see you, get their appointment, they're going to be fine. So those are handled generally with self-care, symptomatic treatment. If the patient's has under 6 watery stools a day and they've been sick for longer than a week, then you start thinking of things like parasites. That's where you start thinking of doing stool, ovum parasites and cultures and that sort of thing. If they're having more than 6 watery stools, and remember, we're talking watery stools, not loose stools. You have to differentiate with your patient what they're talking about when they're saying diarrhea. If they tend to be constipated and now their stools are loose, but they still have a little bit of form to them, that's not necessarily diarrhea. So just differentiate. If they have a temperature over 101, they don't have blood, They may have white cells in the stool, and they've been sick for less than a week. So significant diarrhea, they're sick, they got a fever. If they're in the community, you might think of things like Salmonella and Campylobacter. If they're in healthcare, you're more likely to think of Clostridium difficile first off, which very often one of the big clues is a leukocytosis, unexplained leukocytosis. If it's been longer than a week, again, you're going to think of more chronic things, parasites, crypto, cyclosporia, giardiasis, and you're going to explore those histories further. Reporting of community-acquired Clostridium difficile. So that's something that bears watching in the future, bears awareness, not necessarily associated with antibiotic use or healthcare. So I'm going to talk a little bit now about Salmonella. Generally, the major bacterial causes of enteritis of concern are Salmonella, enterotoxigenic E. coli, Clostridium perfringens, Campylobacter jejuni, and Vibrio cholera, the Vibrios. And I have time to talk a little bit about Salmonella, so let's go there. And if you remember, there have been several reports over the last several years of baby turtles being a problem. You'll be driving down Highway 60 and you'll see the guy and put the back of the truck open and there's some turtles. Now, that's illegal. The reason that it's illegal is that baby turtles are associated with salmonellosis. The way they're raised is in large groups, and there's a lot of feces and water, and they spread salmonella. Salmonella is very difficult to get rid of in the that they use if you stop is that they'll have a little sign up that says for educational purposes only. There's a loophole in the law that says that schools, teachers, and educational and scientific use, you can buy turtles. Otherwise, if you're just a parent looking for a pet, you're not supposed to buy them. Salmonella enteritis is characterized by fevers, cramps, diarrhea, some nausea. The incubation period is 1 to 2 days, and it's most associated with undercooked poultry, meat, or eggs. Now, the way poultry is raised in general is the factory farms. You have rows and rows of open cages and chickens that are stuffed into basically little cages all stacked together on top, and then there's also rows on the bottom, so there's poop everywhere, and there's a lot of cross-contamination, and there's no way to avoid pathogens being transmitted from between chickens. And you know that in birds, their intestinal tract and their reproductive tract are connected. They come out together, and they open up to one common opening called the cloaca. And so the eggs and the intestinal tract pretty much meet there. And there's cross-contamination between there. If the birds have salmonella in their GI tract, then the eggs are actually forming with salmonella in them. So it's not just on the surface of the eggs, it's in the eggs themselves. So if you have any sort of concern about immunosuppression, you should well cook your eggs as well as your chicken. So that's the story with poultry and eggs. Reptiles are a risk factor for salmonellosis, especially the baby turtles, which are well known, but also pretty much any reptile, snakes, lizards, anything raised by these mass breeders can be contaminated with or chronically colonized with salmonella, but also increasingly guinea pigs, dogs, yeah, all sorts of pets that are raised in the pet industry can be a risk. So, general common sense precautions apply, but reptiles in particular, home children, especially young children or immunosuppressed people, have become very seriously ill or developed disseminated disease just from being in a house where a snake was owned or a lizard or some sort of reptile, even if they don't handle it. Because when you, again, salmonella is hard to get rid of in the environment. If you're cleaning a cage, you don't necessarily know a whole lot about keeping sterile and washing hands real quickly. You're going to start touching things around the environment and it just spreads. So anyway, if you do stools, it'll be positive for stool leukocytes. Culture will be positive. Know that salmonella can cause disseminated disease, including meningitis, intra-abdominal infections, septic joints, lung abscesses. Those things are much more likely in the very young, under 1, in the elderly, anyone pretty much over 50. But the older you get, of course, immunity goes down. Anyone who's immunosuppressed, HIV, steroids, asplenia, people with vascular grafts and prosthetic joints are at risk for hematogenous infection of those devices, and sickle cell patients. There's the classic scenario is salmonella osteomyelitis in the sickle cell patient, which usually occurs in the long bones. It's hematogenous osteomyelitis. So you might get a question related to that on the boards. The general recommendation is to avoid reptiles in a home with kids who are under 8 or anyone who is at high risk, in one of those high risk categories. Treatment, it's recommended that if there are no symptoms, it's uncomplicated, you're not in a high risk category, you don't necessarily require treatment, mostly because historically antibiotic therapy can prolong the stool carriage for a couple of months, but with the newer antibiotics that may be less likely, particularly the quinolones. If you are in a higher risk category or you are symptomatic, you can use ciprofloxacin for 5 days or ampicillin intravenously for a week if very ill. Azithromycin orally, 1 gram and 500 milligrams a day for 7 days. If you're in a high risk group, or you have bacteremia, then it's recommended to treat it longer for 14 days. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and stop there, and I'm going to pick it up next time from here. Thank you very much for listening. Any questions?
Okay, thank you, everybody. I think we'll go to the question and answers. Our colleague, Dr. Tariq Faraj, is asking about bacterial toxins formed in body by time. How to make diagnosis according to time of symptoms and clinical picture. I'm not sure really what do you mean, Dr. Tariq, because if you mean septicemia, this is something, it's not a clinical diagnosis. It's you can make judgment if you make bacteremia and you ask for a blood culture and you have a bacteremia and the blood culture accordingly. Of course, you will follow the guidelines that taking the blood culture before asking for, before starting your antibiotic. But bacterial toxins formed in the body by time, it's really, I don't know really what do you mean, because What do you mean? Is it spontaneous immune infection, or is it exogenous infection? Is it because of abscess, you mean, in the body formation, bacteremia? But in general, to make a diagnosis according to time of symptoms and clinical picture, it's really a strange question to me. I never have a similar question. But if what you mean that how to differentiate between sepsis and severe sepsis or septic shock, maybe this is what you mean. So if you say that the patient is septic and you have to handle him, you must have some clinical findings like tachycardia, hyperthermia, tachycardia, of course, bradycardia, tachypnea, leukocytosis or leukopenia, bandemia, sometimes acidosis, sometimes they will say there is hyponatremia, with the clinical evidence of infection. So if you have two of those clinical features plus clinical evidence of infection like crepitus, cellulitis, tenderness in the abdomen, at that moment you'll say that the patient is septic. We never say in the clinical round that we have a bacterial toxin and we have to treat the bacterial toxin. Bacterial toxin is not a clinical diagnosis. But in the same time, if you are speaking from microbiological perspective, as physicians, we never rely on the microbiological perspective. We rely on the clinical diagnosis. So if you say that the diagnosis is I would say that there is, I would say, acute abdomen, or I would say there is a pneumonia, or I would say that there is an abscess, or I would say there is, what can I say, cholecystitis, or gastroenteritis. These are the clinical diagnoses that we deal in our daily and clinical round. We never discuss the bacterial toxins as a clinical entity. So if we say that the patient is septic, we have to first allocate where is the source of the sepsis. Of course, the source of the sepsis is rely on bacterial toxins. Of course, is it exotoxin, endotoxin? Is it a gram-negative or gram-positive bacteria? Then afterwards, we have to manage. So if we say that the most susceptible clinical diagnosis is from the foregut, from the bowel, or from a urinary tract infection, most likely the causative organism is a gram-negative bacteria. So at that moment, we have to give the patient some antibiotics, which is related and covers the gram-negative bacteria, because this is the most susceptible organism. But if we are treating the airway, the lung, the trachea, the nasopharynx, the tonsils, or the skin, most likely the causative organism or the bacterial toxin that you are suggesting will be a gram-positive bacteria. Then afterwards, we'll say, is it how severe is the clinical condition according to the bacterial toxins that you are focused on? Of course, again, I have to stress the point that the bacterial toxin itself is not a clinical entity. We never discuss bacterial toxin as a clinical entity. We discuss the clinical entity of the patient according to physician's perspective, according to the organ which is involved by the infection. I hope that I answered your question. Is that fine with you, Dr. Tariq? Did I answer your question? No, from clinical perspective, if you go to time issue, most of the time are going each other. And if you go to the time, in many occasions, there are some interactions. We know, I get your point that there are some bacteria causing toxin release in 6 hours, and other bacteria in 12 hours, like E. coli, and others will take 36 hours. But again, we have to be careful from these conditions. I understand your point that you are trying to make the time as a source, but put in consideration that in clinical condition, despite we know that we have to be careful, but in the same time, what we care about is what is the type of the bacteria and what is the most probable antibiotic that we have to use. The timing issue is not a major concern for the physicians. The major concern, what is the most causative cause and what is the most acceptable antibiotic that we have to use. Is that okay with you, Dr. Tariq? Am I still with you? Okay, Juan, I think we have to move for Aisha, pray. We'll be back in 9, 10. Hiyam, Jinsi, Zainab, thank you very much, all of you. We'll be back in 9, 10. Salat al-Isha, Ikhwan. We'll have 3 lectures more. So hopefully, between 10 and 10:30, we will complete our event for tonight. We'll see you back in 9, 10. Assalamu alaikum, welcome back. We have 3 lectures. Hopefully, we can do them in short time. Hopefully, we can close this event around 10 p.m. Hopefully. Speak about botulism. It is a neuroparalytic illness resulting from action of a potent toxin produced by Clostridium botulism. Foodborne botulism is rare, but it may kill rapidly. And contaminated products may theoretically expose many persons to toxins. Foodborne botulism results from ingestion of food containing performed toxins. When botulism is caused by organisms multiply and produce toxins contaminated wound. Infant botulism is due to the endogenous production of toxin by germinating spores of Clostridium botulinum in the intestine of the infant. 2 other forms of botulism include iatrogenic, which occur less commonly, and bioterrorism-associated botulism, which theoretically could occur. Botulinum toxin was ever used as a bioterror weapon. The 7 botulinum toxin types of Clostridium botulinum, it's A up to G, are antigenically indistinguishable. Type A, B, E, in rare cases, F cause disease in human, and type C and D cause disease in birds and mammals. The type G, identified in 1970s, has not been confirmed as a cause of illness in human or animals. Rare cases of infants and adult botulism cases have been confirmed to be the result of intestinal colonization by non-botulinum Clostridium species that were able to produce botulinum neurotoxin as Clostridium baryta and Clostridium botricum. The Centers of CSD maintain surveillance of botulism in the United States. CDC provided epidemiological consultation to state health departments for suspected non-infected botulism. In addition, CDC monitor and authorize the release of botulinum antitoxin for non-infected cases. In spite of this surveillance, it's possible that underreporting of botulism occur as a result of misdiagnosis of cases, as Guillain-Barré syndrome or stroke, and Myasthenia gravis. Clostridium botulinum is not a single species, but rather a group of culturally distinct organisms that are alike, only in that they are Clostridia and produce antigenically toxins. Demonstration of the ability to produce botulinum toxin is critical to the identification of neurotoxin-producing Clostridial species. All typical Clostridium baryta and botricum strains are biochemically identical to the neurotoxin-producing strains, but do not contain the genes necessary to produce toxin. Because of practical importance of temperature, salt concentration, and pH of the preservation of food, the effects of these factors on the growth of Clostridium botulinum have been thoroughly investigated. The heat resistance of spores varies from type to type and even from strain to strain within each type, although some strains will not survive at 80 Celsius degree. Spores of many strains require temperature above boiling to ensure destruction. Botulism have been reported from all parts of the world, although causative strains of Clostridium botulinum and the characteristic food vehicles responsible for botulinum may vary widely among regions. Botulism in continental Europe is almost exclusively type B disease and is predominantly caused by eating home-cured hams. Illnesses in more severe and case fatality ratios are substantially higher for type A than for type B botulism. In 1991, large outbreak of type E botulism occurred in Egypt, traced to consumption of fasif, and the Republic of Georgia has the highest incidence of foodborne botulism in the world, mostly type B. Since the 1980s, infant botulism is the most common form of botulism reported in the United States. Although infant botulism was described in 1976, earlier cases have been identified. Since 1985, almost 50% of all infant botulism have been reported from California. The illness confirmed the demonstration botulism toxin in isolating Clostridium botulinum from the infant's stool. In the United States in 1979 and 2006, almost 40% of infant botulism was caused by Clostridium difficile type A and type B. Clostridium botulinum isolates produce dual toxin types have been identified in botulism cases. There is no 6-period reduction and no apparent pattern of seasonal variation. Wound botulism is a rare disease resulting from the growth of Clostridium botulinum spores in the contaminated wound, and the median age of the patient was almost 40, 70% male, and the case fatality was 4%. The wound were usually deep and contained avascular areas. Many patients had compound fractures and 4 had an extensive crush injuries of the hand. The median incubation period is 7 days. It can reach up to 3 weeks. The first wound botulism case associated with injection drug use occurred in New York City in 1981. Between 1973 and 1981, the average number of wound botulism cases in the United States was 2 cases per year. The major risk factor appeared to be the practice of cutaneous or intramuscular injection of a black tar, heroin, and race. Isolated cases of botulism in which extensive investigation failed to implicate a specific food as the cause of the disease. Supportive diagnosis of botulism from intestinal colonization provided demonstration of the prolonged excretion of toxin and Clostridium botulinum in the stool. So what about iatrogenic botulism? Iatrogenic is caused by injection of botulinum toxin at high enough doses to cause systemic disease, causing treatment of cosmetic or neurological disorder. Off-label use of botulinum toxin for treatment of other conditions also occurred. 2004, outbreak of 4 botulism cases occurred in the United States involved an unlicensed physician injection himself and 3 others with research-grade botulinum toxin type A. The toxin was labeled as a laboratory research product, not licensed or intended for human use. All 4 patients survived. Botulism associated with the use of botulinum toxin injection for reducing spasticity and dystonia in pediatric patients with cerebral palsy have also been documented. In contrast to food-borne botulism, which is intoxication, infants, wounds, and child or adult botulism from intestinal colonization result from colonization of bineural toxin produced by Clostridia species. In several studies from late 1970s and 1980s, more than 20% of affected infants had ingested honey before the onset of botulism. In many cases, Clostridium botulinum spores of the same type were cultured from honey in the same household. Infants hospitalized with botulinia have also more typically been breastfed than have control infants. Breastfeeding is known to affect the fecal flora differently than formula feeding. In mice, the fecal flora have been shown to be an important susceptible factor in challenging experiments with Clostridium botulinum type A. Wound botulism, like tetanus, gas gangrene, and other Clostridium disease, can result from soil contamination. In case of adult botulism, in which intestinal colonization was proven or suspected, vehicles have included canned cream of coconut and blackberry preserves. Pathogenesis and immunity. In incubation periods of foodborne, نخلص بحدود الساعة 10 تقريبا. Incubation period of foodborne botulism are reported to be short, 6 hours, or as long as 10 days. But generally, time to toxin ingestion and onset of symptom range between 18 and 36 hours. Incubation period for wound botulism between 4 and 14 days. Botulinum toxin is produced by bacterial cell as polypeptide chain with molecular weight 150 kilodalton and is non-covalently associated with other proteins. The mechanism for transport of botulism toxin into extracellular is not known. Blockade of acetylcholine release prevents muscle contraction and result in flaccid paralysis that is characterized by botulism. The length of action of botulism toxin may also be due to the internal half-life of the toxin. Botulinum neurotoxin are on the CDC list of select agents and toxin as category A agents, which are the highest priority agent that pose a risk to a national security because they can be easily disseminated or transmitted person to person. Bioterrorism, of course, illnesses of inhalation botulism is irritant upper airway syndrome, prodrome. Because its potency, small amounts of botulinum toxin have the potential of causing widespread and catastrophic illness. Prevention of foodborne botulism depends on destroying all Clostridium botulinum. This requires careful home canning and commercial canning techniques. Commercially chopped garlic bottled under oil has caused 2 outbreaks of botulism. Cases of botulism, however, have been caused by contaminated food that contain tomato and by tomato juice. Home canned foods that are contaminated with a proteolytic Clostridium botulinum organism or concurrently contaminated with other anaerobic or aerobic organisms. Unresolved problems, much is known now concerning the epidemiological and clinical aspect. The development of antitoxin derived from human serum or by monoclonal antibodies could provide appropriate antitoxin therapy that is safer. Controlled epidemiological studies are needed to further clarify ways of preventing this important source of childhood morbidity. I think that was the last slide. أي سؤال يا أخوان? Any question? شكرا علي، شكرا جبران، زينب, thank you. Inas, Jibran, thank you. Paris, thank you very much. If there are no questions, we'll move to the next presentation. Hopefully to finish early tonight. Okay, so we'll move to the next presentation to save time. We will start the next presentation in a minute. Okay, we'll move to the next presentation is about Campylobacter infection. Are cylinder, spiral, or curved microphilic gram-negative rods that are one of the most commonly reported bacterial cause of diarrhea in the developed world. Campylobacter also may cause systematic illness in human and number of diseases in wild and domestic animals. The Campylobacter was proposed as the name of new genus, which was found in 3 organisms different in their biochemical characteristics from true member of the genus of Vibrio. The complete genomic sequence of Campylobacter jejuni was characterized in 2000, and this may open the door of new insight into behavior of these organisms. The complete genomic sequence of the Campylobacter is also different. Worldwide, more than 80% of Campylobacter isolates implicated in human disease, which are jejuni, and however, culture media commonly used to identify Campylobacter may not support other potential pathogenic Campylobacter species. Other Campylobacter or Campylobacter-like species that have been associated with a human disease include Campylobacter coli fetus, subspecies fetus and Larry and others, and fetus subspecies fetus also cause systemic infection and immunocompromised hosts. Some Campylobacter and related species such as Concus and have not been associated with a human disease. Helicobacter pylori is associated with gastritis, peptic ulcer disease, and gastric cancer in the human H pylori will not be discussed in this lecture. And the evidence of Campylobacter jejuni, the etiologic agent of human diarrheal disease, can be summarized as in developing countries and non-developing countries. In natural settings and experimental models, Campylobacter has caused diarrheal illnesses in avian species and mammals such as puppies and non-human primates. I think we'll have another lecture, so hopefully. طبعا المعذرة يا اخوان، الشات بوكس شوية بيحتاج وقت نقرأ، فطبعا فإذا كان في شوية بطء في المحاضرة ففي الغالب أكون أقرأ الشات بوكس. Minimum infected dose was 1,000 organism أو طبعا question and answer، بس احنا على ما نخلص حنجاوب كل الأسئلة إن شاء الله. The finding that fulfill the postulate of causation, Campylobacter grows best at the body of temperature of warm bloodless host. Optimal growth occurs at 42. The body temperature of fowl appears to be commensal in the adult domestic fowl, and Campylobacter appear to be enteric pathogen for primates, but its role as enteric pathogen in other animal species is not well defined. Campylobacter like Salmonella is quite sensitive to low pH and will not survive longer than 5 minutes at pH less than 2.3. At neutrality or alkaline pH, especially in bile organisms, may multiply and survive up to 3 months at 37 Celsius. Campylobacter jejuni is an important cause of diarrheal illnesses in the developed and developing world, and in all genes of groups. التحذير مرة واحدة يا اخوان، الشات بوكس موجود فيه قبل شوي. تحذير مرة واحدة في اليوم. Interference drawn from such studies must be tempered by knowledge of the data, artifacts implicit in the laboratory culture survey, defining the presence of infection due to Campylobacter. Campylobacter infection have been evaluated as a part of survey etiology of diarrheal disease. In the developed world, Campylobacter ranks among the most commonly isolated bacterial pathogens from person with a diarrheal disease and is commonly isolated from population health controls. The rates of Campylobacter infection vary according to the age of distribution and location of the study population. Because not all hospital laboratories routinely culture diarrheal stools, this reported rates likely represent an underestimate of the true rate of Campylobacter infection. In the first 8 hospital microbial، لا اللي حضر يا اخوان خلاص، اللي حضر اليوم خلاص، بس انصراف ما في انصراف، لازم تكون موجود في الزوم يا اخوان، لانه لازم 80% من الحضور حقك يكون مسجل في الزوم. فخلوكم يا اخوان في الزوم لحد ما حنخلص على 10 ان شاء الله. Campylobacter was isolated twice frequently as Salmonella and 4 times as frequently as Shigella. Campylobacter were again isolated twice as frequently as Salmonella and 7 times as frequently as Shigella. Secondary spread infection does occur in the close contact, such as family members. However, in most sporadic cases, the source is not known. and it's difficult to distinguish for primary and secondary infections. Campylobacter infections are present in all parts of the world, as documented by studies of diarrheal disease in all inhabited continents. Similarly, persons from developed countries who are living in developing countries are also at risk of Campylobacter infection. Geographic distribution: the prevalence of Campylobacter is higher in developing than developed areas. Campylobacter infections appear to be increasing in developing countries. In longitudinal study, Campylobacter infection were found in 40% of 127 children who were cultured biweekly from birth until 7 months of age. The high Campylobacter infection rates among persons with diarrhea is caused by frequent transmission among the population rather than prolonged convalescent excretion. In undersized countries in temperate climate, there is a definite increased isolate rates during hot summer months and definite decrease during cold winter months. So age and gender in the sterilized countries, there is a bimodal age distribution. The largest peak occurs in the children less than 5 years old, and second peak will be in between 20 and 30. Eating undercooked chicken and close associated with cat are recognized risk factors among university students. The highest isolation rate occurs in children between 6 and 12 months. Atypical Campylobacter are in places in antibiotic-free media or filtration methods which will be used. These organisms are increasingly recognized as a human pathogen. Campylobacter abscessoensis was first isolated from dogs, which are the principal reservoir for this organism. And Helicobacter acinidae and Helicobacter phenile are the cause of enteritis and proctocolitis in homosexual and men, and sometimes also may cause bacteremia. Recent studies suggest that organisms may cause diarrheal disease in immunocompetent and heterosexual population as well. Archobacter, Cryphelia, and others can move from Campylobacter genus in 1991. Both organisms can cause gastroenteritis. The greatest risk of infection comes from eating chicken prepared outside the home. Serological survey indicated increasing exposure to Campylobacter among poultry workers. Fecal excretion of Campylobacter in milk, cows, and cattle is common and probably usual source of contamination. And the two largest outbreaks affecting 3,000 persons in Vermont and 2,000 persons in central Sweden, untreated surface water most likely contaminated drinking water system. The minimal dose of Campylobacter that produce a human infection is not known. A volunteer who ingested 100 a 10 power 6 organism in milk became ill within 3 days. The site of tissue injury include jejunum, ileum, and colon, although whether the small or large intestine are more commonly affected is not known. The enterotoxic activity is not found in fecal specimen from Clostridium from Campylobacter jejuni infected person. Furthermore, unlike person with cholera or those infected with enterotoxigenic E. coli, person infected with Campylobacter jejuni do not cause antibodies to the putative toxin. Although strains have different pathogenic properties, as yet there is no well-defined association between the clinical illness and the virulence property. The consequence of infection of Campylobacter jejuni vary from asymptomatic excretion to death, and Campylobacter is rarely isolated in the stool of random selected asymptomatic person. At mild end of spectrum, symptoms may last 24 hours. In the sterilized nation, blood diarrhea or the presence of fecal leukocyte is often helpful clinical indication of Campylobacter infection. Among those 10 up to 29 years old, 30% of persons with a history of fever and 10 or more fecal leukocytes had Campylobacter enteritis. The diagnosis of Campylobacter infection is based on positive culture or positive blood culture. The frequency of bacteremia was low, 1% in one series. Because of poultry livestock pets are the major reservoir of this organism, control is based on interruption of transmission of human from animal products or environmental source contaminated by animals. HIV infected and other immune deficient persons should be particularly careful to avoid high-risk food. In general, the basis for control of enteric infection in the hospital are sanitary disposal of excretion and contaminated linens. I think that was the last slide. Any question, ya akhwan? I think there is a question from Dr. Hiam, I guess about the last lecture. Sorry, I missed the question. Which botulism more common, toxic, A or B in stool? Thanks a lot. This is about the last presentation. Actually, Dr. Hiam, it's not that way. I know that in some books they are saying A is more B, and sometimes they're saying in other continents that B is more common. But if we are going to speak about the phenotypic group of Clostridium botulinum, A, B, and F, they are considered as one group, as group A. And they have the ability for proteolysis. But in the other way, sometimes B is considered as group B and they do not have proteolysis. So it has some subtype version, which means that the A is almost common, but the B has some types, which can be have a proteolysis or it doesn't. In the other way, if you go to the host disease of the host, it can cause either group A or group B. In group A, that the A and B are always there, but in group B, it's only B and D. So it is not a matter of which is common and which is toxic. It's a matter about the subtype and the area and the pathogenicity of the subtype of the organism. I hope that I answered your question. Any question, Ikhwan, before we leave to the last presentation? لا التحضير يا إخوان مرة واحدة في اليوم. The attendance, writing your name, the attendance link is once a day. You are welcome, Hiam. Thank you very much. شكرا ريان، رفيف، عيسى، ماجد، سلطان، عبد السلام، عبد العزيز، طارق، محمد، منال، ريان، قاسم، عبد السلام، ايام، احمد. Thank you all of you. Thank you all of you. شكرا جزيلا جميعا. طيب يا اخوان, let's move to our last presentation for today. اتمنى تكونوا استفدتوا ان شاء الله يا اخوان. تاكدوا انه التحضير حضرته، اللي ما حضر يا اخوان. طبعا the last question about Clostridium, which is more toxin in the stool, A and B. It is mainly the Clostridium difficile and not the Clostridium botulism. التحضير في الرابط يا اخوان، في الشات بوكس، في الشات بوكس موجود الرابط. لسه في الرابط الان قبل شوي يا اخوان، اللي ما حضر يلاقيها الان في الشات بوكس. Clostridium difficile produce gastrointestinal infection in human and animals. Clostridium difficile has emerged as the major cause of nosocomial diarrhea and is the most frequently identified cause of hospital-acquired infection diarrhea in patients. Syndromic colitis is a very common disease that we managed almost every time in the hospital. Not all patients with the CDAD have, and this species has been unprecedented in the bacteriologic world for producing disease. Clostridium difficile is a gram-positive anaerobe spore-forming bacillus. Spores are resistant to drying and resistant to environment for a long period of time. Organism widespread distribution worldwide and found in the soil, hay, and mud. This is the answer for our colleague Dr. Hiam's question about toxin A and B. Toxin B receptor is unknown, but the toxin is very potent cytotoxin with similar or nearly identical mechanism of action to the toxin B. Toxin A and B exhibit significant homology, almost 44%, with a major difference as you can see in terminus region of the putative receptor binding. A variety of toxin variant strains of Clostridium difficile have been identified. Toxin type 8 strains produce no toxin A. So the subtype is quite important. If we say that toxin A is more potent than type B or the opposite, we have to know the subtype first. It's not always like that. The prevalence of toxin type 8 strain in most hospitals is probably low. A major CDA epidemic in the United States have toxin A and B and a deletion, and these strains have been associated with increased mortality and morbidity and produce about 20 times as much toxin A and B and B to understand the Clostridium difficile. There are relatively few studies incidence of Clostridium difficile associated disease, and one community-based prospective cohort study of environmental health maintenance that it's 7.7 in 100,000 persons. The incidence of Clostridium difficile was 5.5 in the first study. Clostridium difficile was the most common or second most common pathogen isolated in 2 studies. Both these observations require validation. The incidence of Clostridium difficile in hospital is considerably higher than in community. Epidemic have not been described outside the institutional setting. Outbreaks are characterized by culture of organism and type of variety of methods. التحضير يا اخوان في الشات بوكس. في الشات بوكس اللي ما حضر يحضر يا اخوان، هذه اخر محاضرة ترى. بنخلص يمكن بعد 10 دقائق ان شاء الله. Contagious have been difficult to assess because of variable susceptibility of exposed person. Direct visualization by sigmoidoscope or phonoscope is the usual method used to diagnose the disease. It's a small lesion of the Syndromic colitis. The small lesions may require biopsy, surgical examination, visualization of Syndromic colitis observed in 50% of patients who have diarrhea. The exact route of transmission is not known, but is assumed to be by the way of oral ingestion of Clostridium difficile spores, which are found in water, soil, and animal feces. By using genetic typing techniques, it has been shown that frequency of Clostridium difficile among patients who are required in hospital is dependent on the strain required. Clostridium difficile and Clostridium-associated disease are considered to be worldwide in distribution, but documentation rates in many Asian African countries have not been established. التحضير يا اخوان بالله في الرابط، التحضير في الرابط يا اخوان مرة واحدة في اليوم. اللي حضر في الأول ما يحتاج خلاص. The presence of Clostridium difficile in stool is highest for children under 1 year of age. This was confirmed, and who found that Clostridium difficile associated disease rate was 74%. per 1,000 patients. Women were found to have significantly higher rates than men. No race-specific attack rates of Clostridium difficile are available. No occupational data regarding risk are available. The hands of hospital personnel have been found to be contaminated with Clostridium difficile on several lines. We postulate that at least 3 factors are required for Clostridium difficile-associated disease to occur. Antimicrobial exposure would presumably disrupt the normal protective colonic flora. 2 major virulence factors have been identified, toxin A and toxin B, and virtually all organism either causes both toxin or neither. Toxin A negative and B negative Clostridium difficile organism possess binary toxin do not cause disease in hamster, but culture subordinate produce positive assay in rabbits' ileal loops. Non-toxigenic organisms are not considered capable of producing Clostridium difficile associated disease. Evidence for host factor pathogenesis include observation that asymptomatic colonization, including colonization with toxigenic epidemic strains. The immune response is potentially important. Host factor and some indirect evidence supporting a role of immunity has been found in pediatric population. In contrast, patients who raise their serum IgG antibody response to toxin A remain asymptomatic following acquisition of the organism. And those who raise their serum IgG antibody response to toxin A during treatment are less likely to have recurrence. A marked leukocytosis frequently exceed 20,000 may indicate bad prognosis, particularly if it continues to raise during treatment. The diagnostic definition of Clostridium difficile-associated disease should include diarrhea. Toxin A or B detected in the stool or stool culture positive for toxin producing Clostridium difficile, and no other recognized etiology of diarrhea. Most clinical laboratories for toxin A and B using an enzyme immunoassay method, which is not sensitive, as cell cytotoxin cell or stool culture Clostridium difficile. Alcohol hand rubs are ineffective in removing spores of Clostridium difficile. Therefore, hand washing with soap is preferred hand hygiene method. Identification and removal of contaminated dynamic objects such as electronic rectal thermometer have been demonstrated to be effectively reduce transmission. Control of a second and third generation Clostridium use has also been associated with reduced Clostridium difficile associated disease rate. How do we do prophylaxis? Receiving antimicrobial in order to prevent Clostridium difficile associated disease. Probiotics for prevention treatment concluded that there is insignificant evidence for their routine clinical use. No immunization against Clostridium difficile associated disease is currently available, but vaccine is under development. The major epidemiological question is that unresolved in the mechanism of Clostridium difficile transmission in healthcare institution. The traditional barrier methods, other than wearing gloves, have not been particularly effective in controlling Clostridium difficile in hospital. I think that was the last slide. Any question, يا اخوان؟ أي سؤال؟ تأكد أنكم سويتوا التحضير يا أخوان. اي خلصنا اليوم. تاكد بس انك حضرت اليوم الرابط اللي نزلوه الاخوان يا اخوان. الباوربوينت ان شاء الله في اخر الكورس يعطوكم اياه الاخوان في الادمن. ما في اشكال يا اخوان، ما في اشكال، اهم شيء التحضير يا اخوان، وتبقى في الزوم، ما تطلع من الزوم. يعني لو طلع معك الزوم ارجع مره ثانيه. طبعا يا اخوان يعني في سؤال حدا الدكتور علي بيسال، يقول most sensitive investigation tool for clostridial deficit. Okay, we have a lot of tests. If you are speaking about research or lab tool, it is different than our clinical tool. In clinical tool, which means that if a patient in the hospital, we rely too much on the Clostridial deficit to do colonoscopy and to take a biopsy and stool analysis, then we diagnose the patient. But if we are speaking about some advanced laboratories like glutamate dehydrogenase, it is proven that it's the most sensitive and specific test for Clostridial deficit. But not sure that it's available everywhere. So being sensitive doesn't mean that it's possible to have it. I hope that I answered your question, Dr. Ali. Any question, يا اخوان, before we leave? أي سؤال يا اخوان before we leave؟ طيب نتمنى لكم التوفيق يا اخوان، ونراكم غدا بمشيئة الله الساعة 3 ان شاء الله. اي ما في مشكله، ما في مشكله، بس حضر في الرابط اهم شيء يا اخي. حضر رابط الشات في الشات بوكس حتلاقيه فوق يا اخي، لينك التحضير. لا ما في تحضير ثاني اليوم، كل يوم تحضير مره واحده فقط. ايه تقدر تغادر المنصه ما في مشكله، بكره ان شاء الله الساعه 3. اليوم خلصنا نعم. شكرا يا اخوان، نتمنى لكم التوفيق وتكونوا استفدتوا بمشيئه الله.